Good afternoon and welcome to the Tuesday, May 19th regular meeting of the Walnut Creek City Council. This meeting is being held in accordance with the Brown Act as currently in effect under the State Emergency Services Act, the Governor's Emergency Declaration related to COVID-19, and the Governor's Executive Order N2920 issued on March 17th, 2020, that allows attendance by members of the City Council, staff, and the public to participate and conduct the meeting by teleconference. Teleconference locations are not open to the public. To provide live remote public comment, please join the Zoom teleconference meeting. The ID and the passwords are ID 993-9937, 5832, and the password is 695459. When the public comment opens, please use the raise your hand feature or press *9 if you're connected by audio only, which will alert the staff that you have a comment to make and you would like to provide it. Please wait your turn, and once brought into the meeting, state your name and city of residence for the record. You will have 2 minutes to make your remarks. All right, at this moment, we should rise, please, and say the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. All righty. I'm next, because I know that there is somebody who would like to make comments on the consent calendar. I ask permission to move the consent calendar forward. Is that okay with the city manager?
There a roll call?
Oh, yeah, we could do a roll call too. Susie, please call the roll.
Councilmember Francois.
Here.
Councilmember Silva.
Here.
Councilmember Waddell.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Wilk.
Here.
And Mayor Haskew.
Here.
All council members are in attendance.
Thank you very much. Do I have any objections to moving the consent calendar forward?
No concern from staff's perspective.
Okay, let's go ahead and do that then. Thank you very much. So we're on item 2, consent calendar, and I am going to pull item D. Is there any other item that a council member chooses to pull forward?
Yes, Mayor, I would like to pull items 2C and 2E.
Thank you. Is there any public comment with regard to any item on the consent calendar?
We have no written public comments. I'm looking at the list of attendees to see if we have any hands raised. Looks like we have one.
Right, would you please call that person forward?
Okay, user C. Madison.
So maybe I'm early.
There.
Are you, which
I'm with Gigi Crowder and I were with NAMI.
You are exactly where you should be. Please go ahead and talk for your 2 minutes.
Okay. Well, anyway, my name is Charles Madison. I'm the past president of NAMI Contra Costa and currently a board member. I want you to know that my wife and I were very elated that the city council put forward this proclamation, which was well written, to recognize May as Mental Health Month. You know, it's incumbent upon all of us in our county to be aware of mental illness and all of the things that go forth that support the families that are living, that have a loved one that's living with mental illness, as well as the different organizations that provide support for that. And namely, NAMI Contra Costa is one of them. And we've been around since around the 1981. So anyway, we want to thank you for making this proclamation. And please get educated. It's incumbent upon all of us to become well educated in mental illness and the trials and so forth. And with that, also it's very important that our police department, and I see Chief Chaplain there, that we have the crisis intervention training for all of your police officers. But again, at this particular time, you can imagine how difficult it's been for us as individuals with this situation going on. Like you can imagine with somebody that's inhibited and has the problem with a mental illness. So again, thank you, Mayor and City Council members for this and proclamation, and be safe, all of you. Thank you.
Thank you, and you be safe too. Is there another speaker?
We have Gigi Crowder.
All right, please bring Gigi forward.
Are you ready for me?
We sure are. Please
Okay,
go.
I'd also like to say thank you, echoing what Charles said. We are very excited about Walnut Creek being, as I can recognize, one of the first cities to acknowledge May as Mental Health Awareness Month. I know that there's a lot of folks in Walnut Creek who experience having a loved one or themselves experiencing a mental health challenge. So I can't share with you the long way that you're going to making and mending broken relationships by acknowledging this. You're aware of the fact that we're doing the ribbon campaign. As any of the council members would like to have a ribbon delivered to them to put in their yards, we would gladly deliver them. Once again, we just wanted to say thank you for raising up this topic. Walnut Creek is the birthplace for NAMI Contra Costa County. So we appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any other persons?
We have one more. Ton Hall.
Thank you. Unmute. Mute. Thank you.
Can you hear me?
Now, yes.
Thank you, Mayor, for giving the proclamation that May is Mental Health Month. Although the city chose not to participate in the Green and Black Ribbon campaign to highlight Mental Health Month, which is also to bring awareness to Miles' death, I would like to offer the city council members, the city manager, and the other city employees the opportunity to participate in the ribbon campaign. We will provide a ribbon for you to display on your mailbox or your tree in your yard. The ribbons will remain on display until June 8th. The goal of the ribbon campaign is to bring awareness and reduce the stigma associated with mental illness. In 2 weeks, our family is hosting a virtual event on June 2nd from 5 to 6 to bring awareness to and remember Miles and what a special person he was and how much he is missed. I can't believe it's almost been a year since Miles was killed by the officers while having a mental health crisis. We can't let this happen to another family. We are optimistic that the work that FOSAF is doing to make a difference. We would like to see that this mental health proclamation as a start of a partnership between the city of Walnut Creek and our mission for change. Thank you, Walnut Creek, for acknowledging that May is Mental Health Month for the first time. While it won't bring back our funny, sweet, innocent son, it gives me hope that Miles didn't die in vain and that we have made one small step together in the right direction. I really would like to focus on action-oriented objectives, so please listen to our asks, which haven't changed since Miles was shot on June 2nd.
Tom, I'm going to interrupt you. You've gone into what should be public comment of the regular kind and not just this proclamation. So please come back if you want to talk to us again. We appreciate it.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, thank you. All right. I will go in the order of the items pulled and items, oh, no. Is there any motion to accept the rest of the,
Move approval of the
Consent
consent
calendar.
calendar 2A, B, and G through I.
Second.
F through I.
I'm sorry, F through I. F.
thank you. I have a first and a second. May I have a roll call vote?
Councilmember Waddell. Councilmember Silva.
Aye.
Councilmember Francois.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Wilk.
Aye.
Mayor Haskew.
Aye.
Motion carries.
All right, we will now go and take item C. Mayor Pro
Okay.
Tem,
Thank you, Mayor. And I just wanted to pull this. It's regarding the adoption of resolution recognizing June 2020 as LGBTQ plus Pride Month and directing the staff to fly the rainbow pride flag throughout the month of June at City Hall. I'm proud that Walnut Creek is continuing to recognize LGBTQ plus Pride Month and the city's celebration of diversity, equality, and inclusiveness in the city of Walnut Creek. And I think that we all should be proud of ourselves for this. So I just wanted to recognize that and make sure that everybody in Walnut Creek is familiar with this.
Move adoption of the resolution.
Second.
vote, please.
Councilmember Silva.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Wilk.
Aye.
Councilmember Francois.
Aye.
Councilmember Waddell.
Aye.
Mayor Haskew.
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously.
Okay, so because this is an important event, I am going to read the proclamation. And before I do that, I'd like to ask the city attorney if confirm with the city attorney that this doesn't require a vote because it's a proclamation. Is that so, or should we go ahead and include it for a vote? You're on mute.
It does not require a vote, but it is on the consent calendar. So if the council wishes to vote on it, they can.
Thank you. Thank you for that clarity. All right, I am reading the proclamation. Whereas it is important to emphasize that mental health is essential to the well-being and the vitality of our families, businesses, and community. And whereas effective treatment and often recovery are possible through appropriate medical, social, and culturally responsive support and services, and the community shares the responsibility to ensure those services are available to all residents. And whereas the current climate of isolation and uncertainty caused by COVID-19 and the shelter-at-home health orders have prompted increased calls for help to the Contra Costa Crisis Center and other mental health resource providers. And whereas individuals and their families living with mental health concerns share with all community members a right to fair and equitable treatment options with access to necessary resources. And whereas all stakeholders and community members can participate in efforts to effectively address and support the delivery of culturally responsive services and supports, thereby promoting resiliency and recovery and reducing hospitalizations and relapses. Whereas there is a commitment and a need to increase awareness to all levels and educate the public, replace misinformation, and eliminate stigma concerning mental health, and promote understanding that people living with mental health challenges can lead productive lives. Whereas the community organizations can effectively and creatively launch efforts to raise awareness and prompt discussion about mental health issues in a variety of ways. And whereas the City Council supports and recognizes the importance of raising the awareness of mental health needs, resources, and services. Now, therefore, I, Roella Haskew, Mayor of the City of Walnut Creek, on behalf of the City Council, do hereby proclaim the month of May 2020 as National Mental Health Awareness Month in the City of Walnut Creek, and encourage all citizens and civic organizations to promote mental wellness and support efforts to raise community awareness. And thank you. Now may we have a vote? I would like to make this very official.
I would like to make a motion to approve this proclamation.
Thank you.
Second.
Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem Wilk,
Aye.
Councilmember Francois,
Aye.
Councilmember Silva,
Aye.
Councilmember Waddell,
Aye. I think I
And-
hit quickly.
and Mayor Haskell.
If I'm next, my vote is aye.
Motion carries unanimously.
Okay, and then we have item E.
D. Right. Oh, I'm sorry. You're right. Hold on. Let me bring this up. So this, again, this is an important proclamation. I wanted to bring this forward to be able to read this out as well. And this is a proclamation for Public Works, and I'll read this. I'll actually leave out the whereases. I will just read this. But with the first one, it's whereas Public Works infrastructure, facilities, parks, and open space and services provided in our community are an integral part of our citizens' everyday lives. And such facilities and services could not be provided without the dedicated efforts of Public Works professionals, engineers, managers, and employees who are responsible for, who plan, provide development review, design, build, operate, and maintain the transportation, public buildings, structure, and facilities, and who deliver clean water services, parks and open space, and fleet services which are essential to serve our citizens. And Walnut Creek Public Works employees maintain, operate, and provide engineering for 213 miles of streets, 171 miles of street marking, 1,650 street lights, 100 signalized intersections, 9,500 traffic signal related signs, and 1,650 parking meters, 14,000 miles of street sweeping, over 4,000 catch basins, and over 100 miles of storm drain systems, 19 parking lots, 69 buildings, 175 on-road vehicles, and 175 equipment items, and 22 parks and green belts totaling over 300 acres and over 3,000 acres of open space, with 9 miles of paved trail and 43 miles of unpaved trail. Wow, they do a lot. And the health, safety, and comfort of this community greatly depends on these facilities, services, and programs. And Public Works employees serve as first responders, providing essential services to our community during times of crisis. And the quality and effectiveness of these facilities is vitally important to the economic development of a vibrant Walnut Creek, and the support of an informed citizenry is vital to the efficient operation of public works systems and programs. And the City Council supports and recognizes the importance of a qualified and dedicated Public Works Department. I'm Kevin Wilk, Mayor Pro Tem of the City of Walnut Creek, and on behalf of myself and Luella Haskew, the Mayor of the city, and on behalf of the City Council, we proclaim the week of May 17th, 2020 as National Public Works Week, and encourage all citizens and civic organizations to acquaint themselves with the issues involved in providing our public works services, and to recognize the contributions which public works professionals make every day to our health, safety, comfort, and quality of life. And I recommend the council vote to approve this proclamation.
So moved.
Second.
Vote, please.
You're on mute, Susie.
Mayor Haskell,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Wilk,
Aye.
Member Francois,
Aye.
Member Silva,
Aye, and I just would like to add that I'm sorry that we all couldn't be together, because every year when we do this, we have an opportunity to thank the members of the Public Works Department in person. But so we're disappointed we couldn't be together.
Councilmember Waddell.
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you. And thank you for letting me move that forward. Next on the agenda is the consideration, is the COVID-19 update. City Manager Dan Buckshire, would you please take the reins?
Will do. Thank you, Mayor. Dan Buckshire, City Manager, and in this capacity, I am functioning as the Emergency Services Director for the city, given that we are in the midst of a pandemic. So we must be on the cycle for our council meetings. It's the same cycle as when the public health officers issue new orders, because this is the second or third council meeting in which we have received information at the last moment that we have to completely update all of our presentation and slides, but that's fine because I think we are moving in a great direction. So what I do want to start off with, what we are seeing very clearly is that in the Bay Area, as we know, the 7 counties and the city of Berkeley had joined together. We're the first in the country to put mandatory orders in place for shelter in place. Those took effect March 17th and have taken a more cautious approach than other parts of the state, country, and the world for that matter. And while there's a lot of discussion about whether it's been overly cautious or not, and we'll speak to that a little bit later, what is evident is that the curve has been flattened. We have avoided a major outbreak in the Bay Area. Our healthcare system has not been overwhelmed. So from that perspective, this approach has been very successful compared to other areas and when we look at it from a pure health perspective. So we do know that the current shelter-in-place order or stay-at-home order, if you will, is in place through the end of the month. The governor's order does not have an end date at this point in time. The governor's order is data-driven and is being gradually adjusted as more data becomes available. Can we go to the next slide, please? So this slide is slightly dated in that the order prior to the one that came out yesterday that took effect today lightened the order that was in effect through the end of the month from the beginning of May through the 31st. And that is that construction was allowed to continue, real estate sales and people being able to move into new homes and sell their homes is allowed. More recreational activities that are non-contact and can be supported or conducted through social distancing like golf, tennis, pickleball, and the like. New order allows for some vehicle-based gatherings in terms of, particularly for high school graduations, there's a big push to allow people to drive somewhere to all celebrate as long as folks stay in their vehicles. And then the new order that came out that went into effect today does allow for curbside retail. We'll speak to that in more detail. But really that means is we can order from a brick and mortar store and come pick it up from outside of the store. It does not mean at this point that retailers can set up their business on the sidewalk and serve people directly in that manner. It is for picking up orders. We go to the next slide. So really the only change from the last time we reviewed this is that our golf course is open and that some of our recreational activities in terms of our tennis courts and our pickleball courts, and we'll be sure to update that slide for the next time we review this. Otherwise, all of our other facilities are closed to the public. We have very few city staff that are working in offices, only those that are absolutely essential that need to come in. Our PD is obviously out in the field, have altered their shift schedules in order to avoid in-person contact. And obviously our public works folks who we just recognized in our proclamation or resolution are out in the field maintaining our very important infrastructure. And there's obviously some activity at our corporation yard where they assemble to gather supplies and obviously vehicles and that sort of thing. But again, really focusing on minimizing any type of interaction amongst our staff and with the public for everybody's safety. Go to the next slide, please. So this is the same as last time we discussed in that there are tenant protections that have been authorized by the County Board of Supervisors that are in effect for the entire county, those areas within city limits and outside of city limits. That obviously provides protections from evictions and rent increases for both residential and commercial operations and leases. Go to the next slide. So about a month ago, there were some statements that were made by the governors of California, Washington, and Oregon stating that as we flatten the curve, which we've done, and as we look to gradually reopen society, that there would be 6 key tenets for doing so, and that the approach would be science-based. And you can see those 6 key tenets here, and those have been subsequently translated into a 4-phased approach by the state of California. If we could go to the next slide. I will talk to these in more detail, but as you can see here, these are the 4 phases. At a very high level, we will review each of these in more detail in just a moment. And what is important, as I should have mentioned earlier, but I will reinforce right now, is that this is the statewide framework, and counties, through their public health officers, the public health officers have the option of being more restrictive, but not less restrictive than the state orders. And in the Bay Area, our public health officers have taken a more cautious and restrictive approach. So we are not exactly the same place as where the state is and where some other counties are, but with the orders that went into effect today, we are more in alignment than we were previously. Go to the next slide, please. So stage 1, we are moving out of stage 1 and into stage 2. As you can see here, it's really about building our ability to track and monitor and test for the virus. And then obviously make sure that our essential workplaces where folks do have to operate in person cannot do so in a very safe manner, ensuring that there is personal protective equipment, that we are obviously ensuring that we are operating in a socially distant manner, and other things that we've seen in public. If any of us have gone to the stores where there is plexiglass between the cashier and customers, spacing of the entire store so that folks can follow a path, if you will, through the store and stay 6 feet apart. Those are many of these types of activities that have taken place. We go to the next slide. So phase 2, which we just moved into, as I mentioned here, the county health officers did follow suit from the governor. As I mentioned earlier, we are allowing retail curbside pickup. It might have been nice to have a little more heads up from the county health officers that they were going to announce this with less than 24 hours notice, so that we and other retailers could be a little better prepared. But nonetheless, we are able to do this now. And as you can see here, manufacturing's allowed a little bit, some opening of public spaces, and then offices where telework is not possible, folks can go in again as long as they are following full criteria. Schools and childcare facilities, as of now, are targeted for essential workers, and children have to be cared for in groups of 12 or less, and those groups cannot intermix with one another, nor can the instructors intermix with different cohorts of children in order to keep those minimize exposure, if you will, amongst different groups. So if we can go to next slide. Again, here is some of the key indicators for stage 2. And again, it's really about ensuring that we are stabilizing, that we do have the capacity at our hospitals, which we currently do, and that testing is improving and that contract tracing is underway, which they are. And I'll speak to that in a few moments. And then if we can move to the next slide for the final stages. I already covered this one. If we could go to the next. Okay, so we can see here stage 3. So right now we are in the earlier phases of stage 2, but stage 3 would allow us all to get our hair cut and colored and nails done and possibly work out at a gym. Maybe see a movie, I'm assuming with social distancing, and then obviously religious services would be allowed. And then stage 4, which is effectively when the virus is viewed to no longer be a threat, we would have wide-scale social interaction in terms of concerts, convention centers, and live audience sports. And not clear at this point if those venues would require social distancing or not. That will remain to be seen. Again, these are guidelines, and what is very apparent is they are being adjusted. It's a very fluid environment. Nothing is set in stone. And so these are really more guidelines as opposed to mandates in terms of how we're going to move through this process. Next slide. So in terms of testing, we do have 9 public testing sites in the county. 6 are drive-through, 3 are walk-in. For those that may be listening who can't see the slide, anyone can call 844-421-0904 for an appointment at one of these testing sites. Again, the number is 844-421-0904, and anyone can be tested regardless if they have ability to pay insurance, or any symptoms. And I do want to point out that we announced previously that one of these testing sites was opening up at our Heather Farm Park at our community center there. It was operational. However, it has been moved to the Tice Gym on the other side of the city. The Heather Farm location had some logistical challenges, and the Tice Gymnasium is better suited to allow for the flow of people that have been coming in. So please do take note of that change. Major progress has been made on the testing front. It was just 2 weeks ago that our capacity was 200 people per day, and we are now at 50% of our goal of 2,200 a day. So that is major advancement on the testing front, which will help with this situation considerably. And then next slide. So we do have, it appears the county has about 80 people who are tracking those who have been identified to have COVID so that we can find out who they've interacted with and possibly alert others and track the potential spread of the virus. You can see here we want to track about 90% of folks, and then additional information is being provided on the county's website to track statistics and obviously improving the throughput, if you will, of materials that are needed for testing. You know, interestingly enough, the testing impediments originally were the actual tests themselves, and then later on it was the ancillary supplies that are needed for testing that were in short supply, and now everything is coming together, hence the reason our testing capacity has improved so significantly. And then I believe the last slide for me, or second to last slide, I suppose. So we have here our website where folks can go. While we being the city of Walnut Creek do not have jurisdiction in terms of the public health orders, we are required to follow them and to enforce them. But we are trying to provide a one-stop shop for information where folks can come and visit our website, find information from the CDC, from the county, from the state, as well as other programs we have put in place here locally in Walnut Creek. And again, we are really trying to do everything we can to help our vulnerable population. As we know, seniors are at higher risk of contracting the disease, or maybe not contracting, but certainly it seems to have a higher impact on seniors. So we're doing a lot of outreach. We do have a web page specifically. If we go back to the other slide, please. We do have a website dedicated for seniors for advice and information. We do have well checks in place. You can see here up to 800 folks whom we are checking in on a regular basis. And we have established now for a few weeks a volunteer program where folks can volunteer to do grocery shopping for those who are unable to do so or fearful for doing so for health reasons. And we have had numerous individuals volunteer, which is really nice. It's nice to see the Walnut Creek spirit come forward and folks who are willing to go out and help those who are more vulnerable. And I think I have one more slide left here. Yeah, I believe this is my last slide. Nothing new here. This just provides a bit of a timeline in terms of how we've adjusted our operations. You know, it took us a week or two to really modify our operations to work from home, but our development services have been open from the beginning. We've transitioned to completely online and remote services, not performing anything in person in City Hall. And most staff who can work from home are. In the beginning, when the orders were more restrictive, we had about 20% of our workforce that was unable to work either in person or at home due to the nature of the shelter-in-place orders. That's now down to about 10% as the orders have been lightened here over time. And obviously, we continue to track information from all levels, whether it be federal, state, or county government, or any other sources that become available, in order to determine how we need to continue to modify our operations. The biggest impact at this point is that all of our arts and recreation programs that are offered in person have been suspended. Some have been transitioned to online for various groups of folks or various classes. And we look forward to the day when we can start to open those back up as the situation continues to improve and the orders continue to lighten. So I'm going to pause there, see if there are any questions or comments before I pass this along to Chief Chaplain for an update on our police department's activities.
Anybody? Kevin, Mayor Pro Tem, and then Council Member Silva after that.
Great, thank you. Thanks for the update, Dan. And I'm curious regarding restaurants and dining in at restaurants, is there any county in the Bay Area that is currently allowing this with whatever modifications and restrictions there are? And if so, or if not, when does the Health Services Director in Contra Costa expect something like this would begin to become possible?
So to go back to what I mentioned previously, those decisions about when to move through the different phases are being driven by data. And so I don't know that the health officers have a date in mind. It will be based upon what the information looks like, based upon testing and results and trends and hospital capacity. And right now we're in really good shape. I would imagine that if current trends continue, we could be within a couple weeks, possibly by the end of the month or early June, be in a position where we would transition towards the latter portion of phase 2 or early phase 3. But, you know, to be upfront, that is speculation on my part. I have no insight from the county health officer of what he's thinking in that regard about how to proceed. To my knowledge, every county in the Bay Area is allowed to only provide pickup or delivery of their services and food. I don't believe any are allowed to provide dine-in services at this point. We are hopeful that will occur within the next couple of weeks, but I don't receive a whole lot more heads up than anybody else in terms of when these orders are changed.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Silva.
Thank you very much, Dan, for the update. One question, you know, as all of these orders are changing and it seems very fluid, there seems to be confusion out there of what's allowed and what's not, and maybe some people going a little faster than they're supposed to in a couple of arenas. How are we, it appears that enforcement is our responsibility at the city level, and I guess that means that we have to educate and then enforce. How are we approaching that?
Yeah, our approach so far, and I may defer to the chief here in a moment for more detail, but you know, our approach has been education first, which has generally worked. I think we've issued very few citations, certainly less than 5. Last count, I think we were maybe at 2 or 3, but the chief may have more detail. And this will continue to be an issue as the state's orders differ from the Bay Area's orders, and there's the potential that the 7 Bay Area counties may vary from one another. There will certainly be confusion, especially for folks who travel between different counties for work and or businesses that have multiple locations, what's allowed in one location or not. I think there's been a lot of upside to the 7 Bay Area counties operating together to help avoid some confusion. But ultimately, if education doesn't work, we have to move to enforcement. There's been some mixed approaches. In some instances, the DA's office has been providing enforcement, and others it's been the police departments of local areas. And I know this is something the Contra Costa Chiefs Association has been coordinating and talking about with one another, so that we do have a consistent approach so that businesses have a level playing field, if you will, so that they're all operating under the same rules and we're all enforcing in a similar manner.
One area of misinterpretation seems to be what the definition of a child care facility for the children of essential workers seems to be, which is what can, as you said, is allowed to be open. And that one is a hard one, I think, to go knock on the door and say, well, you don't meet the criteria. Are we still going to go do that? Because I think that a level playing field, so to speak, between businesses is an essential part of that as well, where people don't want to feel like one entity got special treatment in one city and in another city they're being told no, when it's basically the same rules.
Yeah, I think some of our police officers are drawing straws to see who gets that assignment when it comes to that. They have to go intervene. But yeah, obviously, if there's a blatant violation, then enforcement will ultimately be needed.
Thank you.
Any other? I see none. I think I will hold public comment questions until all of the staff reports have been done. And I heard from City Manager Buckshire that Police Chief Tom Chaplin was going to take over at this moment. Tom.
Let me make sure I've got this mute off, and I apologize in advance for any connectivity issues. It seems as if Councilmember Silva and City Manager Buckshire have already got the county order enforcement issue resolved. So I will stay away from that topic. Actually, I won't. Let me start by first saying good evening, Mayor, members of council. For the record, Chief Tom Chaplin. I'm proud to represent your police department, and I'll start this presentation just by referring to the picture shown on your screen right now, which is our officers appropriately wearing face covers and using social distancing to celebrate a change in shift at Kaiser. So we're proud to celebrate that group with other members of the community. I will start with a discussion regarding the county orders. I have reported numerous times that our calls for service with regards to the county orders had held steady at between 6 and 10 on a daily basis. That number has decreased to about 2 per day. However, as the rules change, as we enter different stages and there's new interpretations, we're going to do our part to continue to work in partnership with our community, to provide guidance, to provide advice, and to provide education as to what the order means. Dan did mention the Contra Costa County Police Chiefs Association. I do serve right now as the chair of that group. We are meeting bi-weekly. Those meetings include our County Health Director, Anna Roth, and we do discuss these issues. We do discuss interpretations of the rules, but more importantly, we discuss a consistent approach to addressing these issues. And our city manager is correct. We've had under a handful of citations that have been generated, and those will come with warnings issued prior to the citations being generated. We will do our part to continue to partner also with our city colleagues. Sometimes our staff might note that there are gatherings in the parks or at open space, maybe that aren't what they are supposed to be, and we are happy, if necessary, to come in and provide guidance during those times. Our emergency deployment model was enacted on March 18th, so we've now experienced 2 months under this current model. We generally have a 7-team deployment model, and we are right now on a 4-team, 8-squad deployment model. We have been discussing a ramp down from this to match the changes in the stages for the pandemic and mirroring the county health department's orders. We are targeting the middle of June for a return to normal, at least insofar as our patrol deployment model. That could change as new information is developed. However, we're looking at that time frame to get back to our normal staffing model and deployment model, but there will still be changes, and the community will still note that we might call and make a report over the phone and drive by your neighborhood to check it rather than responding to the residents. There might still be some changes noted as we gradually work our way back to our standard and normal police services delivery. That is heavy on our mind and in our plans right now. This is an odd time where our police officers are not going to the police department except to change into their uniforms, to change out of their uniforms for evidence booking, but primarily they're out in the field and they're really with their own teams, so they're not seeing a lot of the other officers that they generally see. We will likely continue with those same rules, at least to lessen the likelihood of exposure to COVID-19 as we work through this. We're also considering some other options to ensure that we are keeping our entire staff ready, healthy, and available to provide services to the community. There are some things that are occurring that have been positive from this change in deployment model. To include, we've been able to provide a lot of additional training to take the place of that time that might normally be on the street. And one of the things we are looking at is to provide training from the academic standpoint to revamp our patrol bicycle team. So hopefully this summer you will see police officers on bikes in neighborhoods and providing a presence and hopefully a good opportunity to engage with neighbors and neighborhoods. I do want to share the crime and traffic situation. As we changed our deployment model, it was imperative that we monitor our workload and our crime rate to make sure we didn't have to pull any other levers, have more people in at certain times or not. And we've been effectively managing our emergency deployment model. I will give you a snapshot of what crime looks like the week of May 10th through 17th, 2020, compared to that same time frame last year. In 2019, during that week, there were 10 crimes against persons, or what we consider violent crimes. This same week this year, there was one. There was an aggravated assault. Our property crime at this time last year, the total was 41 property crimes for that time period. These property crimes involve auto burglary, shoplifting, non-residential burglary, residential burglary, vehicle theft. And compared with those 41 property crimes at this time last year, this year we had 26 property crimes, with all categories falling, with the exception of vehicle theft. That is not to say we don't still have crime occurring in the community. One example is at some empty buildings and businesses, there have been burglaries, there have been burglaries of specific items in these open businesses, or I'm sorry, these vacant warehouses and businesses related to copper wire theft. We also have noted catalytic converter theft. So we do ask for members of our community to continue to be vigilant and watching for behavior that could be criminal behavior, and to please let us know. I do also want to share a reminder with the community about traffic. For the last 2 months, the traffic on our streets have been relatively light, and that has led to a level of confidence that people perhaps aren't driving in the defensive way they had normally done. Some people have taken advantage to drive a little faster, or maybe not signal, or even stop in the middle of the road to look where they are. I can tell you anecdotally that traffic is increasing. It feels like daily as we enter into these new stages. Just remind our community to start adhering to the days prior to the changes that we've experienced, and to be safe out there. It is dangerous if we're not paying attention or are distracted or are not following the rules. Our regional collaboration, I mentioned, the Chiefs Association continues to be very strong. We exchange information daily. We are seeing some things start to change a little bit with courts reopening. However, this time frame has caused a backlog in cases, but we are working with our local county and state partners to best come out of this in a way that is safe and it doesn't diminish the level of services that we are certainly striving to provide. That is my report. I am, as always, happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Madam Mayor, you're on mute.
Well, I was asking for questions and hands, and I didn't see any. So Chief Chaplain must have done a great job explaining his job and his team.
Just glad you heard me. I had that moment there.
Am I correct in guessing that perhaps the next speaker might be Assistant City Manager Terry Kilgore?
You're correct, Mayor. You win a prize. Yes. So this evening, I am here with a mix of some sobering news, but some also exciting developments that we're beginning to realize here in our city and as in our region in terms of our economy. So the bad news first, jobless claims continue to just be massive. The good news there is that the pace of increase in unemployment claims has flattened a bit. Right now, we're at 23% of the workforce in California as currently unemployed, which is 4.5 million people. And as you can see there, we're a little bit below the projected peak. So that's a small piece of good news that perhaps we are getting to the point where we're seeing the worst of the unemployment numbers. US-wide, those numbers also are following a similar trend. 36 million people unemployed at about 14.7 of workforce not employed at this moment. And always, we know those percentages are somewhat underreported, as there are people who do not make claims for unemployment or have not made it through the system yet. So we could see those numbers continue to move around on us in the coming months. As you know, the state of California is projecting a $54 billion budget shortfall. The governor came out with his May revised report, a wide range of proposed cuts to balance that budget, and we will be keeping a close eye on it as staff to make sure we're forecasting any items that may impact us as a city. Next slide, please. So on to the better news. As you have likely heard, the House of Representatives approved the HEROES Act with an additional $1 trillion in funding. The good news there is that it looks at some second rounds of direct payments and eviction assistance for our more our folks in our community who've been impacted directly by COVID and unemployment. More money for testing, as Dan noted. And then most exciting to us as a city is as we look at budget deficits looming here in the coming fiscal year, $500 billion to state and local governments. This is calculated, at least at the moment, if it makes it through the Senate, which looks challenging, could be up to $24 million for the city of Walnut Creek. So fingers crossed some version of this bill comes out and there's some direct relief for local governments who've seen our sales tax numbers plummet, as we'll talk more about this evening. Next slide, please. So on to the very good news. As you will have seen in your mayor and council weekly correspondent package, the hot topic of the day is how can we support our restaurants and retailers as they deal with social distancing and potential reopening. If you can go to the next slide, please. The good news is the county has taken this on. They are actively meeting with folks in multiple industries to figure out how to convey some best practices that we're hearing about from our retailers and restaurants to the county to make sure that goes into the county health officers' orders and their thinking. And then most exciting to me is that we've opened up curbside retail. And that is open to all retail, not necessarily non-essential, which is what we had been seeing before. And to support that, the city has added a category on our open businesses page. So now all retailers offering curbside pickup can register their business to show up on the list of open businesses. And they do that by going to the city's website at walnutcreeks.org/open, and they can register their business. Or if they're already registered, they can change their hours of operations or their offerings. So we're excited to add them to our open page, which is getting over 30,000 visits. And so we know it's being used at least as a resource by parts of our community, and we continue to market that. The most exciting news I have for you this evening is that we have heard the cry of enthusiasm for doing some outdoor dining, outdoor retailing, when businesses are allowed to do that. And I would underline what Dan said before. While the governor has said we can, Contra Costa County has not yet okayed on-site dining. So we are talking proactively about how we as a city can support that when it is allowed. And we're going to use this lag time to really get strategic. So this Thursday, May 21st, from 1 to 4 p.m., we're having a council study session to discuss in detail a program that we're calling Rebound. And unlike some others that you've heard about, we are not focusing just on outdoor dining, but we are taking a citywide look on how we can be strategic in rolling back a little bit some of our existing ordinances, some of our existing processes to support businesses throughout our city in ways that include pickup windows, street changes, not just necessarily street closures, letting private property owners rework their existing parking spots in a way that facilitates our restaurants and retailers, as well as looking at some activation of downtown spaces and potentially some new temporary signage. So big discussion this Thursday with the council having the opportunity to weigh in on which of these strategies make sense, which maybe we need to amp up or some we might need to amp down. And then the supporting action to make those things possible through some code amendments. So we're doing all of this with an eye to social distancing, but we're excited to help support our businesses as everyone comes back out in a safe way so we can start to get back to business. So next slide. And then last reminder is that as always, we're in it together. Our open source logos are being picked up and utilized by many of our community partners. And anyone who wants to start using them, you're welcome to. They're open source, posted on the city website. And I've even heard that our downtown association may start selling t-shirts. So if you want to show your Walnut Creek pride, it's a great way to get involved. And with that, I would make myself available for any questions the council may have.
Okay, team. Any questions here? I want to know how I get one of the first t-shirts.
We will make sure the Downtown Association gives you a call. I'm sure they'll be calling all of you.
Thanks,
Councilmember Silva.
That question.
Terry. This is exciting. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember.
Yeah. Councilmember Silva, please.
Terry, thank you so much. And thank you for all the meetings that you've been, made presentations or attended, that you and I were both in the same place, particularly with those with Walnut Creek Downtown. Looking forward to Thursday meeting, because I think one of the most important things here is that we are ready to support them as quickly as this happens. And as Dan said earlier, we don't get a lot of notice that they're going to blow the all clear whistle. And so assuming, maybe we'll get 36 hours notice, we want to be ready to go as well. A quick question I had was, you mentioned code amendments, but what we were talking about was somehow a resolution to allow us to streamline this and not have to go through the code amendment process, which in itself could take us till Christmas. How are we still affirming that that's where we're going?
Yes, code amendment was not the right choice of words. We are actually doing an amendment to your emergency proclamation.
Thank you.
That would waive some of our existing code requirements and some of our existing approval processes. So we are not going through a big, long code rewrite process. We're treating this as, in some ways, a pilot. We'll try out some of these things with business input. We don't have set plans. This is just the enabling action from the council. And then from there, we'll go out and coordinate with our partners and coordinate with the businesses directly on what we should do where. And so the changes we're proposing are temporary. They're tied to your emergency proclamation. And so when we're past the COVID part of our journey, we would go back to our normal processes. And if there's anything we love, obviously we can talk then about amending code, but this is our opportunity to tinker and toy with some things that can help our businesses in this time of change.
And being ready to support means, what if it was 2 weeks, June 1st, June 2nd. That's in everybody's minds. That's just around the corner.
It is so fast coming up on us, for sure.
Thank you. Looking forward to Thursday.
Okay, anybody else? I keep trying to keep my screen so everybody's displayed, and that doesn't happen. Okay, I don't see any, and so now I think it's my moment to ask if there is any public comment. City Clerk.
There doesn't appear to be any public comment.
All right. Then, do we have any comments, or we're just going to accept that this was a great report and move on?
I'll make a comment, Mayor, and that is that I know there's so much work that goes into this every single day. We hear directly in meetings like this, but we also, all of us get emails every day about updates from several people in the staff. I really appreciate it because questions probably come to all of us just as they come to me directly from members of the public, and really appreciate being kept up to speed on all of this. I'm glad that we're being proactive with the meeting on Thursday. I know we'll have a lot of questions then. And I just want to make sure that the mention of that meeting also goes out to all the outlets to ensure that businesses are aware of it and can participate if they so desire.
Thank you. All right. I believe we have seen that completed. And next on the agenda is public communications. This portion of the meeting is reserved for comments on items not on the agenda. Under the Brown Act, the council cannot act on items raised during public communications, but may respond briefly to statements made or questions posed, request clarification, or refer the item to staff. Does any member of the public wish to make any public comments? Please indicate by using the raise hand feature, or if you're only on audio, please hit *9. And we will wait a little bit to give people a chance to queue up. It looks like we have some, so if you would bring people forward, City Clerk Martinez, I'd appreciate it.
Good evening, everybody. Can you hear me?
Yeah. How are you? It's been a while since I saw you.
Good evening, Mayor Haskew, council members, and members of the public. My name is Michelle Alice, City of Residence, Walnut Creek, and I am chair of the Walnut Creek Youth Leadership Commission. During the last few weeks that we've been in shelter in place, the Youth Commission has put a large emphasis on growing our social media platform, as well as launching a teen stay-at-home campaign. We are trying to promote social distancing, healthy lifestyles and habits, and interacting with our peers virtually. We want teens in Walnut Creek to know that at this time it is imperative that we all stay home. Furthermore, we have released our first episode of our multicultural series, and it's a series of videos in which different Youth Commission members and teens in Walnut Creek demonstrate their culture and share with the audience what they love about where they're from. This first episode that we just launched, that is on the city's YouTube and also on our own Instagram. This first episode features a couple commission members, including myself, making pupusas, which is a very famous Salvadoran dish. And the Youth Commission is also planning on making more of these in the coming weeks and months as soon as we can. The Youth Commission is planning on making our virtual commission meetings available to the public in the coming weeks as well, so that young people in Walnut Creek can share their opinions on various issues and stay active in local government during this time. On behalf of the Youth Commission, I would like to thank all council members, city staff, and essential workers for their efforts during these unprecedented circumstances. We wish you all health and safety. Thank you very much.
Thank you, and thank you for that good news. It's really nice to see, and your energy inspires me, and I'm sure the rest of the council. I see grins on pretty much everybody in the picture, so thank you very much.
Thank you.
And I promise, I saw the picture of the YouTube, and I promise I'll watch it before the end of the week.
Absolutely. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Okay, next speaker, please.
Doesn't look like we have any more speakers.
Oh, well, I'm surprised.
Oh, wait. Okay. Oh, here they come. We'll be bringing in Ton Hall.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. You're there. Thank you very much for being patient and waiting for this time to finish your speech.
Oh, no problem. Thank you. Yeah, so I just wanted to thank you guys again for the proclamation of mental health. It really meant a lot to our family. We're feeling like this could help with continuing our partnerships. And that's really what I was trying to say earlier, is that these small steps show that Miles's death is not going to be in vain, and that there's going to be an opportunity for us to make change. And over the last 2 years, last year, while it hasn't been it's been very slow progress. This step for the mental health proclamation is showing that we're going to get there. And what I was trying to tell you guys earlier is that I want to make sure that our goals, as we continue this work together, that the goals are that Walnut Creek will adopt a non-police response to the mentally ill, similar to what the Cahoots program had in Eugene, Oregon. We would like a steady group to identify effective mental health resources for the police department and affected families. We'd like to create a 2 to 3 year plan to increase training for officers in responding to individuals' mental health crisis, and purchase non-lethal technology. Also implement mandatory and effective bias and training, diversity training for law enforcement, for city leaders. Walnut Creek, we're looking for you for leadership, and we're hoping that this proclamation is the first start to reach that. So please reach out to me if you'd like a ribbon to participate in this campaign to bring awareness to reduce the stigma associated with mental illness. So thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Tom. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right. Are there any other speakers?
Shiama Clooney.
Yep. Shiama, you're on mute.
Hi, can you hear me now?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, good. All right. Hi, everybody. I'm sitting in a relatively long line at Chick-fil-A in Walnut Creek. Just thought I'd share that. So they're still doing good business. Anyway, first of all, I appreciated hearing all of the plans that the city has to make sure that the citizens of Walnut Creek are safe and well taken care of, both now and as we start to move into a different stage around sheltering in place, not only in Walnut Creek, but across the state of California. That was wonderful to hear. I just want to say a few words today about, the fact that we have more in common than we do not. As you know, the FOSAF group, Friends of Scott, Alexis, and Ton Hall, is comprised of Walnut Creek members and folks who are not Walnut Creek residents. It's comprised of people who've known the Halls for years. It's comprised of people who don't know the Halls at all. And one thing that we all share in common is we have a strong sort of palpable sense of our shared humanity, and we feel a calling to try and create parity and drive empathy and equity where perhaps it doesn't always exist. And I want to emphasize the fact that sort of higher calling and those values are shared, not just within FOSAC, but beyond it. So we've seen more than a few glimpses, clear evidence of that among your city staff members as well. And I want to acknowledge the work of Chief Chaplain and City Manager Buckshire and your Assistant City Manager Terry as well. There are so many people that we have worked with that have demonstrated a passion for some of the philosophies and ideologies that I just called out. And so while the progress is not always as steady as we would like, and we understand that in many cases that there are compelling reasons why that is, we do appreciate the fact that there's this shared love for humanity and interest in protecting human life. So I'd like to encourage that to continue. I'd like us to not subscribe to these artificial boundaries that we create around what city lines and county lines we live in, etc. When you look at the earth from above, it doesn't matter if you live in Walnut Creek or some other city. We're all human beings, and I'd like to just call us all to appeal to that higher sort of thinking around our shared goals and our shared humanity. I want to acknowledge the work that has been done around, I think, a goal to purchase non-lethal weapons, interest in CIT training, and then I want to call out the goals that Tom just mentioned, particularly around anti-bias training, because we're all frail and imperfect as human beings, and I appreciate the openness to learning. And that's it. Thank you for having me tonight.
Thank you. Is there any more speaker?
No additional speakers.
Thank you. There was no written additional comments too that we need to read into the.
No additional written comments.
All righty. Thank you very much. This week, this council meeting, I'm going to remember to ask about council member and staff announcements. So we'll start off with City Attorney Steve Mattis.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. The council met in closed session this evening, and they considered 3 items. The one item involving Walnut Creek versus Atlanta International Insurance Company. In that matter, there is a reportable action. The council voted 5-0 to authorize a settlement with Atlanta International Insurance Company, pursuant to which the insurance company would pay Walnut Creek and the MPA $100,000 to resolve an insurance claim issue. There were no reportable actions from the other 2 closed sessions. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Efficient as always. City Manager, do you have anything more to report besides how the world is treating us?
You'll be hearing from me plenty tonight otherwise, so nothing at this point.
Okay. Council members, who would like to be the first to report? Kevin, you're on my screen, so would you please start the discussion?
Sure. Okay, a couple things to report here. At the Walnut Creek Civic Affairs Committee meeting, we focused on COVID-19 issues, and we had the general manager, Shelley Dress, of the Broadway Plaza there, talking about what plans that they were making. And she'd mentioned that Broadway Plaza was actually one of the first malls nationwide to close, and probably will be one of the last ones to open. But they're going to be getting ready for curbside pickup. They're offering 90 days deferment for rent for their tenants. Their operating hours are going to change, and they're going to be from 11 to 7 rather than 10 to 9, except for restaurants. And they're looking into common areas for seating possibly for those restaurants. And stores and communal areas will have to follow social distancing. Stores will be responsible for it, but there's lots of signage that's out now. The other thing I'd like to talk about quickly is something I'm excited about. I've been working with our communications manager, Betsy Burkhart, as well as our arts and recreation director, Kevin Safine, and our general manager of the Leisure Center, Scott Dennison. And we are going to be honoring graduates of Northgate, Las Lomas, Berean Christian, and Contra Costa School for Performing Arts by having the names of all the graduates appearing on the Leisure Center marquee the following weekend after this weekend. So it'll be from May 29th to Sunday, May 31st for 3 complete days. And every graduate will be able to see their name in lights rotating throughout it. So we're excited to be able to get this taken care of. We are going to be promoting this over the next couple of days and for the next week. And again, we just really want to honor the graduates. They have, unfortunately, it's been disappointing to see that all their anticipated activities as seniors were canceled for this year. And so we can honor them in this unique way.
Thank you. Anything else?
That's all.
Okay. Let's see who's next going to appear on my screen. That would be Council Member Francois.
Thank you, Mayor. as you know, along with you, I serve on the Housing and Community Development Council Committee. And since we last met as a council, we've had 2 HCD meetings. The first one I'm excited about, and I want to commend our staff, Cara Batista Rao and Margot Ernst in particular, for being creative and proactive in seeking out state grant fund opportunities to implement some programs that the city was doing already. So that's helping provide some cushion and much needed relief to our general fund to the tune of about $450,000 for some planning items and also for some homelessness programs. So I appreciate all the hard work that they were doing in that regard, and that'll be coming to the council for approval for submittal of those application for grant funds sometime shortly here. And then today we met and heard an interesting proposal for a state-led JPA, which uses revenue bond funding to seek out and find market rate housing that they can convert into housing for low income and moderate income. They're really focused on the missing middle, and I think they have some opportunities here in Walnut Creek. And it sounds like a really great program and out of the box thinking that could really translate into a lot of needed relief on a housing standpoint for people that need affordable housing. So that was exciting. And then I had a call with Catherine Baker and also with Peggy White, the executive director of DRAA, and got an update, as I think all of you are getting, in terms of what the Lesher Center is doing and planning to do during the shelter in place when the theater is closed. They're still very active and creative in coming up with proposals for digital content, outdoor type events, still planning for their signature fundraiser. It's typically called On Broadway. It's proposed to be called Off Broadway this year. So they've got a lot of interesting things going, and I know that they're appreciative of the strong partnership they have with the city. And that's my report.
Thank you. Councilmember Widow.
Nothing to report.
Councilmember Silva.
Oh, thank you very much, Mayor. Like the Housing and Community Development Committee, the Finance Committee has been meeting quite a lot, and that's Mayor Pro Tem Welk and I with a lot of staff. You are seeing every few days the fruits of the labor of working on next year's budgets and the issues surrounding that. And tonight's meeting has part of that. The mayor and I participated in the last 2 weeks in 2 calls with Assembly members Grayson and a separate call with Assembly member Bauer Cahan. This was with other mayors and council members and city managers from the East Bay cities. City Manager Buckshire was on one of the calls, and we had a conversation with the Assembly members about the fiscal crisis that our cities are facing across the state of California, and quite frankly, across the nation. But it's estimated that California cities, our revenue losses, the resulting from this COVID-19 pandemic, has been to the tune of about $7 trillion. And it was really a conversation with both Assembly members about how we can work together to secure some of the funds that came in the CARES Act to the state, which is about $10 billion. Those $10 billion, some of that could be allocated to the cities. Only 6 cities in California actually receive funding as part of the CARES Act directly. And those are the 6 cities that have a population of 500,000 people or greater. And that adds up to about 8 million of the 40 million population in the state. So that really meant that 32 million people in the state of California were uncovered in the CARES Act unless the state itself decides to share some of its $10 billion. The governor did mention it in his May revised presentation on Thursday, and it was to the tune of about $450 million that he would be proposing to allocate to the remaining 476 cities. But if they do it on a population basis, that could be helpful, although it appears that the rules regarding the distribution of those CARES Act funds to us as cities would require that we still adhere to the rules of not backfilling revenue losses, but actually using the funds to cover the costs related to COVID-19. The governor's focus is on affordable housing and homelessness. So perhaps we can be looking in there. The last week, I did attend the monthly meeting of the board of Walnut Creek Downtown, and Terry Kilgore, representing the city, really make a good presentation on what's happening with our budget. The board had really good conversation the last 2 months on the issues they're facing as downtown retailers and downtown restaurants and downtown businesses. And then last Wednesday, I helped Walnut Creek Downtown facilitate a meeting with Candace Anderson, the supervisor, and the deputy director of the public health department for the county. This was a town hall on restaurants. It was attended by about 55 people. They had some interesting questions of the public health officer, and I think it was helpful on both sides to hear both points of view. The 10 days ago was Trinity Center's virtual gala, and I really want to congratulate them. They raised over $100,000 on that Friday evening. City manager, the mayor, Margot Ernst from the housing department, the chief, they all had presentations, as did I, little video snippets, but this was not an event on Zoom. It was actually a YouTube event where we watched for about an hour, and we watched a live Fund a Need auction, and as well as a live auction and a silent auction, and congratulations to them. And I will close by mentioning that the census still continues. People are still being encouraged to respond. If you haven't yet responded, please do at 2020census.gov. About just under 75% of Walnut Creek has responded at this point, but we are still falling short and below 60% response rate in these downtown apartment neighborhoods where we think people aren't getting the message. So we're looking at some strategies around that. And thank you very much to staff and everyone for all you're doing in these times.
Thank you. Let me start with one of the greatest joys of serving as mayor of Walnut Creek is to preside over the city's annual Memorial Day commemoration. For decades, we have invited the community to join us for the ceremony to honor those who lost their lives in service to our nation, many of whom were Walnut Creek residents. This year, we can't do it in Civic Park, but we still plan to have time and do something to help us remember those who gave their all for our country. I hope that you will join us on Monday, May 25th at 11 a.m. on Walnut Creek TV, our website, or on our social media channels as we host our first virtual Memorial Day. Please do attend. It will feel familiar but different, and we appreciate your attendance. I'm going to remind you yet again of the study session on Thursday, May 21st from 1 to 4 about how we're going to deal our city. We want input, and we have some reports about how we're going to deal with phase next, whatever that begins to look like. I also want to reiterate the information about the reopening of businesses listing. It's at walnutcreek.org/open. But I also suggest that you try to do what I do, which is to go on walnut-creek.org, and then just wait for the picture. It's the second one that pops up in that little box. On the rest of the time, I attended a Contra Costa Transportation Planning Committee meeting where we talked about micromobility, and I got to glow with a lot of pride because Walnut Creek was held up as being ahead of the curve in terms of they're preparing for micromobility and for actually implementing it for our thing. And then the next part was maybe not so interesting. It's how we're changing the standard for CEQA from level of service, which measures how traffic clumps together at certain times of the day versus vehicle miles traveled, which measures things like greenhouse gases and other things in that order. I too was at the employee recognition at Kaiser, and I made no small sacrifice to get there because they wanted us there at 6:30 in the morning. And everybody knows it's really lucky if I actually show up by 9. Morning is not my special time, but this was a chance to honor people who have done so much to help us stay safe and healthy. I went to Transpac and we learned the budget, and we're looking at reducing our fee to the cities by $2,000 maybe. Every bit added to what you have is a little bit more. And I yet again heard about vehicle miles traveled. To come is the full meeting of the Contra Costa Transportation Authority Commission. That's tomorrow night and tomorrow morning. Yet again, I'm getting early up for East Bay Mayor's Forum focusing on COVID-19, where 4 mayors of the 680 corridor are going to try and tell everybody things are going to turn out okay, but we've got a little work to get there. That's my report. How about we take a 10-minute break? Everybody put on your avatar and we'll see you again at 7:40.
We'll put the clock on the screen.
Oh, even better. Thank you, Susie. Okay, good job, Matt. You're here. Good job, Steve. You're here. Good job, Kevin. Justin, are you there? Good job, Cindy. Justin, are you there?
Certainly.
Dan. Missing Dan too. Okay, well, let's start the 15-second countdown.
Matt, 15 seconds.
Next on the, welcome back. Next on the agenda is an item for council consideration. This is the Communities Benefit Program, and I believe that there will be a staff report, and I'm guessing that it would be Andrew Smith as the presenter. Is that a fair guess, Andy?
Yes, it is, Madam Mayor.
I'm hoping everybody else shows up before you can get really deep into this.
Would you like me to begin?
Yes, please.
Thank you. Good evening, Madam Mayor, council members. I am Andy Smith, Head of Long Range and Transportation Planning for the City of Walnut Creek, and I'm happy to be before you tonight wearing shorts and barefoot. I will go ahead and start with the real task at hand, of course, is, let me try sharing my screen. I think that worked. Can you see my screen? Great. So we are here to discuss the draft community benefits zoning program. This is something that has been before this council in the past last year. It's been a little while, so I'm going to provide just a brief bit of background before we get you up to speed as to what we're looking at today. And there we go. Okay, so some of the basic tenets behind what community benefits zoning is essentially it's where the city and the development community work together towards really a win-win situation, whereby in exchange for the city providing additional development opportunity in terms of additional height, floor area, or residential density, the developer provides developer-funded community benefits. That could be most commonly as public facilities at development expense. And this would be over and above whatever is normally required as a regular condition of development or code requirement. You may recall in the last 2 years, previous 2 years, you of course adopted two large specific plans, the West and North Downtown specific plans, and they both included community benefits programs. And in fact, those community benefit programs are really key towards achieving the vision for both of those specific plans. They both call for a significant amount of capital investment, and it's really not possible to achieve the full build out of that investment without some input from the development community. In terms of the actual mechanics of how it works, it's through our zoning ordinance and specifically through what's called a planned development permit. This is a development entitlement process that involves going all the way to the city council. It requires the developers to provide full design and landscape plans. There are multiple hearings involved, actually both through the design review and planning commission before ultimately coming to the city council for final approval. And as it stands now, it's a negotiation-based process whereby the developer essentially makes an offer of a community benefit and requests in exchange the development entitlement bonuses. And it's then up to the city council to accept or not accept those community benefits. In order to provide some additional clarity to this process and a little more certainty to the development community, the City Council did direct us to create a separate standalone community benefits program that would be adopted by resolution and that would provide, again, guidance to the development community going through this process. What we were working on last year was what we called our tiered prioritized list. The basic concept behind this is that larger projects or projects with requesting larger development bonuses would require larger community benefits to be provided. And the draft program that we took before you had essentially 4 tiers of community benefits, and you can think of those as a small, medium, large, and jumbo. Those were largely taken from the list that currently exists in those 2 specific plans. However, there of course was some additional discussion about adding additional items outside of the plan area, and that was the direction given by the council. So we've got the 4 tiers. So if you have a very large project or one requesting very significant development bonuses, you'd be looking at the large tier essentially in terms of the types of community benefits that would be expected of the developer in exchange for those bonuses. Within each tier, then the list would be prioritized to provide guidance as to the city's preferences as to what in particular we were looking for or most interested in within each tier, so that we wouldn't just be saddled with a whole bunch of pocket parks, for example. And again, this process ultimately ends at the City Council, with the City Council approving the entire development project, including acceptance of the benefits and granting of the development bonuses. Now, while we were working on that tiered process, our friends in Sacramento were very busy working on a raft of housing legislation, much of which was adopted and went into effect on January 1st and has had an impact on the approvals process, the entitlements process for residential and mixed-use development statewide. Of key importance as it relates to this is that there is now a limit on the number of public hearings that the city can have in approving a residential or mixed-use project, no more than 5 hearings total, and that includes appeals. The city can only use objective design standards for residential or mixed-use projects, so think kind of yes/no checklist. And also the state's affordable housing density bonus laws were made more generous, particularly with regard to additional concessions and waivers that are automatically granted by state law in exchange for the provision of affordable housing within a new development. What that means for us is, under the current community benefits process, which involves, it's a negotiation-based process that goes through a planned development permit and ends all the way at the City Council. If a developer were to choose to avail themselves of that process to get a development bonus through community benefits, they would be looking at a process that would take more time, that involved more risk and uncertainty, and ultimately more cost. Keep in mind that the current new state laws require a short objective review process, essentially, for residential and mixed-use development. So in light of this, we decided to take a look back at, should we maybe propose a new framework to go ahead to look into in terms of community benefit zoning program. And we looked at what are the basics of a community benefits program. And really it's a balance of 3 main things: certainty, flexibility, and implementation. And the current process weighs somewhat heavily on the flexibility as opposed to the certainty, where it's just an automatic and the developer knows as a given going in what they can have, basically. And so we were looking at, well, maybe we should rebalance that a little bit in light of our competition, if you will, with the new state laws. So when you're looking at community benefit programs, there's really 3 main types. There's formula-based programs where points are awarded and you trade those in for bonuses. There's standards-based, where the benefit or the program will say, if you give us this, we'll give you that. And then there's the negotiation-based program, which is essentially what we have now: make us an offer. What we are proposing in a new framework now is to actually include all 3 of those choices as options to the developer. We're proposing a points-based option, what we call a site-specific option, which is that standards-based type, and then a flexible option, which is, again, the negotiation type of process. So we're proposing that we offer all three of these. The points-based option, what that proposes to do is to have a list of community benefits in this council-adopted program, that each with an assigned point value. Now, this list that I have on the slide before you, this is actually just one page of a draft list. It's in your staff report, or in our staff report that's goes with this item. And I just want to say that this is just an illustrative list at this point. You know, we were trying to give a good example of what this could be, but ultimately, if we're given the go-ahead to move forward with this, we will come back to this council and actually make a real list. So this is just as an example right now. But essentially, with this list, points are exchanged for development bonuses. And as you can see, there's 4-point bonuses, or 4-point community benefits, 2-point community benefits, etc. Then bonuses are given in increments. They're exchanged, the points are exchanged for bonuses, and those bonuses are granted in increments of height, density, and FAR. So basically, if you provide 4 points, you may get, depending on the size of your property, say 1 development bonus, which is an increment of height and density and FAR. Because those 3 development standards really all go together, it didn't make sense to split them up so that you would have to get 1 bonus for height and then another bonus to get, say, density. And since I'm saying the word height, I do want to be very clear that in no way does this program grant height increases above Measure A. All of the height, density, and FAR, it's all as is allowed under the existing zoning ordinance through community benefits, and as envisioned in those 2 specific plan areas. Larger properties would require more points per bonus, as I mentioned before, and this is key, final approval would be by the Planning Commission. So basically, if this is a project that normally would just require design review, there's an extra hearing going to the Planning Commission to accept the community benefits, and they would be going by this table as guidance. If this was a project that needed design review and a use permit, well, they're going to the Planning Commission anyway, so it would not be an increase in the number of hearings. The next type that we have, the next category, if you will, or option, I should say, is the site-specific option. And this is where there would be a list of specific projects, and this list would be created and approved by this council, by City Council. It would be include a list of specific projects at specific locations that, if provided by the developer, they could qualify for up to the full development bonus possible under the zoning. And with final approval, again, being by the Planning Commission. Now, what's important with this is the site-specific projects that are, say, outside of those 2 downtown plan areas, they're likely going to be large ones. And so if a developer is able and is interested in providing one of those bonuses, they're probably going to get, if a developer is interested in providing one of those community benefits outside of the plan areas, they're large, they will in exchange get the full or up to the full potential development bonuses, height, FAR, density, possible. Within the plan areas, these are probably still going to be on the larger sides in terms of community benefits, but what's important is this would identify sites or community benefits that are at least partially located on private property. And this illustration actually in front of you showing Giamona Plaza is a key example of that, where half of that, give or take, is located on currently private property, the Honda site. And so if the developer of the Honda site were interested in redeveloping that project, redeveloping that site, they could do the Giamona Plaza project and get up to the full development bonuses possible on that property. Then there's the last option, which is the flexible option. This is basically similar to what we have now, where the developer makes an offer for a proposed community benefit and associated development bonuses. Importantly, this could include a financial contribution to a community benefits fund. This would be a separate fund created and under the control of the City Council and spent at the discretion of the City Council to build community benefits wherever in the community. This flexible option provides some flexibility for special circumstances. In the staff report, there's an attachment that has 3 case studies showing kind of examples of how this could work if adopted as proposed. One of them is a small property on Oakland Boulevard. I forget which case study that is, but that example was chosen because it shows how if you follow just the list, the first option with the list and the points, it's probably not going to pencil out. The cost of doing the community benefits in exchange for what relatively little increase you could really see in terms of development potential on a small property. And so that would be a case where the developer may choose to go through the flexible option and propose a smaller community benefit than what would be possible on that list. In terms of process, I mentioned this would be similar to our current process, but there is one very important difference, and that is that the decision on the community benefit would be made before they submit their development application, before they apply for permits, before they apply for design review. This is because of that state law requirement that limits us to no more than 5 public hearings for residential or mixed-use developments. So if they wanted to avail themselves of this option, they would apply for, I have it here called a pre-development application. We, of course, haven't picked a name or anything yet, but it would be an application where they may choose to provide some sketches of what they're proposing, but basically they would, in terms of their development, but basically they would present, here's the community benefit we would like to provide, and in exchange, we would like to have a height increase of X and a density increase of X and a density and the other one FAR increase of X. That process, that would go straight to the city council, and the city council would weigh in and make a decision just on that exchange of community benefit for development bonus. And if approved, then the developer would go through the normal development review process, applying for design review or whatever is required, and they would already have in hand that development bonus with the increased height FAR and or density. And so then the design review commission, and if necessary, the planning commission, would treat the project as if it has those bonuses already approved, because actually they would have been already approved. And so that would be a separate process. So that's what we're proposing in terms of this new framework for the city council adopted community benefits program. We do have 2 specific questions we would like to ask. One is with regard to this community benefits fund, the payment option, if you will. Right now, it's only listed under that flexible make an offer, let's make a deal option. One thing that this council may wish to consider would be to have a financial contribution option on the points list, something that would not go to the council for approval. It would just go through that the more abbreviated process that ends at the planning commission. And the reason for this is that it would provide the development community with a very fast and simple alternative. As I wrote on the slide, give them the opportunity to just write a check. But if the council wishes to do that, we would suggest that the dollar amount set in that points table be set on the high side. And there's for a number of reasons. One is that when the developer just writes a check, that means that the city's taken on the responsibility and risk of design and construction. Also, if the dollar amount is not set appropriately high, all the developers are just going to go with the cheapest option of paying the fee, and we won't see the other benefits that are on the list that we would like to see built out. And then lastly, the list in that option 1, the points-based list, we see that as providing guidance for somebody who is proposing something under the flexible, the let's make a deal option as well. And so having a dollar figure in the points list will help avoid lowball offers being made under the negotiation-based process. Another question, or the other question that we have for you tonight, has to do with affordable housing and whether affordable housing should count as a community benefit through this program. So right now, the 2 specific plans are different. The North Downtown specific plan lists affordable housing and says that it can be counted as a community benefit under this process, whereas the West Downtown specific plan says, go use state law, go use the state density bonus law. The reason for this, and the reason why we recommend that we actually amend the North Downtown Plan so that it reads the same as the West Downtown Plan. And the reason why is both of these plan areas have significant opportunities for housing. Both of these specific plans have seen significant upzoning to the benefit of more residential density and floor areas. So there's already significant opportunity for housing in these plan areas, significant new additional opportunities. And as it stands, if somebody, say in the North Downtown plan area, were to come in and say, hey, my community benefit is affordable housing, they could get their bonuses under this city program and then double count it and get bonuses under the state affordable housing density bonus laws as well. And so it would be a bit of an unfair advantage, if you will. And so for that, and then lastly, because everybody would then just do affordable housing and we would never see any of those other community benefits. So limiting affordable housing to using the state density bonus law would help provide for a variety of community benefits being provided to the city as these plan areas develop. So what we're looking for tonight really is just direction from this council. We don't have something for you to approve. We're really just proposing a framework to potentially go forward that would differ from the framework we were proposing last year. And then in particular asking those or answering those two questions, giving us direction as to should there be a financial contribution option through the points on the points list option, and should the North Downtown specific plan be amended to refer to state housing law for density with regard to affordable housing and not count affordable housing towards as a community benefit under this program. If given direction to move forward, our next steps would be then to refine those lists of community benefits that I presented, the points list and the site specific list. That of course would have to be approved by this council. And then we would start drafting the amendments for the zoning ordinance and the North Downtown specific plan. And with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
And I'm going to ask if there are any questions. I see eyes. Matt, you did it right. You put the little blue hand up. So Matt, you get to go first.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Andy. Very good report. I appreciate the challenges that you and staff have had with this program and the evolving state culture. And I really like the direction this is going and the thought and effort that went into it and how you were malleable in trying to adapt our local program to comport with the state one. Just to kind of confirm a few assumptions and understandings first. So the tier-based system is gone, as is the requirement for a plan development permit from the council. Is that right?
What we're proposing is that would be the case. The PDP, the plan development permit, is still on the books, but the tiered, what do we call it? The tiered prioritized list framework, that was never actually adopted. We were preparing to bring that back to council for final adoption, but now we're looking at changing direction a little bit.
Okay. And then in terms of the financial contributions, if we were to agree to the points-based, is the assumption then would be that would be a agreed upon dollar amount that might be adjusted every year for inflation or something like that?
Yeah, what we're thinking about for that is picking a dollar amount to start with that would be perhaps based on factors such as lot size, the floor area of the project, of course, the amount of development bonus, and perhaps construction valuation. You know, coming up with something that would be our recommendation, at least to council, and then having an escalator, perhaps tying it to the construction cost index or some other index, so that it would just automatically adjust every year.
So it would still be points based, but there'd be a dollar figure associated. 2 points cost this much a square foot, 4 points cost this much a square foot.
Or some other metric, but there would be a dollar figure per points as an option for those who just wish to write a check rather than actually providing some of those, actually building some of those benefits that are on the list.
Do you have any sense at all of what that dollar figure would be?
I do not at this time.
How would we go about figuring that out?
As I said, I would recommend at least starting with, taking into account the factors that I'd mentioned, but then also comparing that to the value, or I should say really the cost of some of the physical community benefits that are on that same list. Some of those we can relatively easily price out, or I should say Steve Waymeyer, our city engineer, could relatively easily price out on the back of a napkin. And that would at least be a starting point to try to fine tune that dollar amount. Obviously, there's a lot of factors and a lot of thoughts that would have to go into that.
And then increase it by X amount to not to create some sort of disincentive for people to just pay the fee. Something like that.
Correct, yes.
Okay, let's see. In terms of so those dollars would go into, okay, I want under the flexible option and the payment of the fee. Is that just the developer comes in and makes an offer? It could be so much a square foot. It could be an improvement. It could be whatever.
Correct.
It wouldn't be set in stone beforehand.
Correct. The flexible option is completely just make us an offer. Staff would evaluate that offer, probably comparing it to other similar bonuses on the points-based list, and provide that in our analysis and recommendations to the city council, as well as just taking whatever other real-world factors are applicable. But it would just be the developer makes an offer and ultimately goes to the council, and then it's this council's decision whether to accept or not accept the offer.
And then on the community benefits fund, I know maybe I'm asking a question that is too far ahead of where we are right now, but that said, and we have complete flexibility over how those funds are spent, or how is it envisioned that would work?
That would be the idea. Of course, the establishment of that fund and the criteria contained therein would be at the discretion of this council. But that would be the intent, is that it would be at the full discretion of the council, so that, for example, a developer can't say, I'm going to give you $1 million, but you got to spend it on this. It's just, I'm going to give you $1 million, and then the council decides how to spend it.
Got it. I like that. And then have you given any thought, and maybe this isn't necessarily a big issue, but what if under the flexible option, if the developer said, okay, when it comes to the council and says, here's the improvement I want to provide, and we agree on that, and then they go through the whole process, and with all the other conditions and things they have to do as a result of that process, they say, oh, now I can't afford to do that community benefit, and they've run out of 5 hearings. How would we address that? How would we?
This is under the flexible option?
Yeah.
So the process and the decision of getting the development bonus in exchange for the benefit provided or being proposed, that's a completely separate process. So they, let's say they go through that, they get their approval by council, then they go through the entitlement process, and at the end, I think what you're asking is, okay, when they get to the end, they find that they just can't afford to provide it. Well, at that point, they have the choice whether or not to just revise their proposal. And in doing so, that would essentially restart the clock on the number of hearings, if they were to change what they're wanting to build.
That makes sense. And of the examples that you provided, is the DMV site the only one that's really kind of on the front burner at this point, or a real potential project?
Let me open those up again here.
It was Lavender Day Spa.
I believe it is. Let's see. So DMV site definitely, and yeah, the DMV site's the only thing where there's really something. I forget if I think they submitted a preliminary application at some point in the past, but they haven't applied for anything. But we know that they're very interested. The M Service site on Mount Diablo, that's an example 3. I know that the owner of that property was very interested in the planning process for West Downtown. Haven't heard anything recently though.
And has there been any outreach to either of those applicants or owners about this program and what they view as would be incentives to go for community benefits, what they would prefer to see?
As I recall, when we were working on this and we're going to the HCD committee, we did do some, we sent out notice. I forget the exact form. This was a little while ago at this point, and honestly, pre-COVID is a whole different world to me. I can't say with specificity how we did the outreach because I just don't recall at the moment, but I know we did.
But I
didn't call the owner of, say, the M Service site just directly and say, hey, we're using you as an example.
I was just wondering if they had any feedback, but you are planning on taking this presentation and presenting it to the Development Services Committee or group?
Yeah, yes. If given the go-ahead with the proposed framework, we would start getting into the actual details of all of this with certainly with the DST as well as other groups. Right now, we're really just looking at the framework, not the list itself.
Got it. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Welcome, Councilmember Silva. Were there any questions left that you can ask?
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much for the presentation and the thoughtfulness about this, because it has become more complicated with SB 330 and other pieces of housing related legislation that went through that went through the legislature last year. I'm actually reading attachment 2, and it's the DMV site example. And I realized in going back and reading as you were running through this presentation that I'm actually confused about something. It's under development bonuses, and it says under the points-based system, 2 development bonuses requiring 8 points are necessary to achieve the maximum FAR height and density. I understand the 2 bonuses. I understand that because that is this chart. What I don't understand is where it translated to 8 points.
Yes. Let me bring up that attachment 1. So at the top of page 1, you'll see there's A, B, and C, small project, medium, and large projects. And in there, it says, I think this one counts as a medium project. This is a 68,000 square foot lot, so it's a large project. So under C, a minimum of 4 points is required for each development bonus. Since they need 2 bonuses, they need 8 points.
So because of the size of the lot, you need more value.
Correct.
Here, okay, thank you. So.
And I will say that these
result in a comment later.
Certainly, and I do want to also say that these the thresholds between what is small, medium, and large, and whether there should only be 3 or as many as 3 categories, those are all up for discussion later. Right now, this is just, again, looking at the framework and just an initial proposal of how it could work. Getting into the details, there's no expectation that it's going to look just like this when we're done.
So I assume also then not only you identified in your presentation a discrepancy between the West Downtown specific plan and the North Downtown specific plan. So I assume we are open to also pointing out not discrepancies, but also places where maybe this really isn't the right thing for the list because the list was built and brainstormed 5 years ago, 6 years ago, 7 years ago. You'll be looking for input on that as well over time.
Certainly. I mean, all this would be at the discretion of the council.
All right. I think that was my only question. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Well, I've got sort of one, which is if we want assurances and we're publishing them and developers are looking at what we've published, and then we can kind of, I've heard you say, whether I heard you correctly is open for grabs, that we would then change it over a period of time. So developer A comes in, they buy a property, they let it lie fallow for a while, planning on this strategy. And then by the time they fully plan the development, we change it. I mean, is there some kind of level of consistency we should try to maintain?
Are you referring to the financial contribution?
I think I'm referring to the whole thing, but I was going to get to the financial calculation later on.
So, and this would be under the flexible, the negotiation-based option?
No, if we added lists of potential things that would yield points.
Oh, you mean on the points?
Yeah.
So the developer would not be locked into anything until they actually got, in the case of the points-based and the site-specific based options, the developer would not receive and thus be not vested, but locked in with that benefit and bonus until the Planning Commission actually approved the development itself. And then those approvals have expiration dates, usually 1 to 2 years. So they wouldn't be able to let it lay fallow for very long.
Well, okay, but I buy the property in 2020, and I don't fully intend to develop it until 2030, if I live that long. That could change the dynamics of what I was planning on doing. It could change if we keep changing what you have to do to get the community benefits, et cetera. I'm concerned about, one of the issues that this is going for is to have consistency and forecastability. And if we talked about, like Councilmember Silva said, can we add and subtract things from the lists as time goes on? I'm concerned that we're losing some of that forecastability and consistency.
Can I respond to that? And I'll
Question.
I think your question, Mayor, is that it would be locked in before they submit an application if they do the flexible option, and that it would be locked in any other case at the time they get their approvals. So if you got your approvals in 2020, they'd be good for 2 years, and you could come in and get them extended. So once they have their approval, it would be locked in as part of that process.
Understood. Yeah. Once you sign the documents, I got that. But in my example, in my example, I buy this property with an intention to do blank. Look at the list of things that are available, but I don't intend to have money. I'm waiting for my great grandfather to die and leave me the several $1 million I need to fund this. I'm not going to develop it until 2030. You could change the whole scheme of things between when I bought it and when I decide to actually apply for the approvals.
And that would be, oh, I'm sorry.
I was going to say that's true no matter what. The whole world changes in the time that you've basically sat quietly on a piece of property trying to decide what to do. State laws change, you go through a pandemic. And so the only guarantee is get into the entitlement process and get it approved.
Okay.
Or get a development agreement. If I were your land use lawyer, Mayor, and tell me which property you want to get, there are vesting vehicles that you could try to lock in the rules so they couldn't change for a certain period of time.
Okay, that's all I care about is making sure that somebody can follow through on what they need to know. Thank you, my attorney. The next question is, I was at the HCD when we were discussing this the last time, and staff had real avoidance feelings about the cash settlement. What is so different that makes it look appealing right now?
I'm trying to remember how I was feeling at the time. I apologize, but lack of memory hitting me again.
It was how to calculate it. It was
yes, early on. Yes. So it's all a balancing act. I mean, we would still, still have those same concerns, but this is like an added option to the developer, and it would intentionally be set a little bit on the high side. I think our concerns were more trying to really keep it the same as, or costing about the same as those other community benefits, whereas now we're suggesting it should be a little bit over and above because the risk of construction, any number of things, trying not to price things out. And we've also just had more time to kind of think about this and what could go into a calculation of what a fee could be. The key issue, as I recall, with regard to not just putting a dollar value on everything, had to do with that there are some things that have a higher community value than just a straight dollar value. And that's the key thing. And so this would, pricing this high would take that into account.
It all depends on the base to get to the high standard. So yeah, it still has an element of difficulty.
Mayor, if I could, just to add to that, as we've worked through this, it's evolved over time. Is obviously we want to create more flexible options and options that provide more certainty, and those are the two ends of the spectrum. And where this has evolved is that we would like to offer both actual benefits that could be built and provided on the certain end as well as on the flexible end. And we'd also like to allow for a payment base, which ultimately gets to your question. If we're going to have a payment approach in lieu of an actual benefit, there has to be a means to assign a value to that benefit for that payment. And that's what the continued struggle has been, to not make the process so onerous that we can't respond quickly, and also to not lock something in that becomes outdated as we see potential market conditions change. And so that's where the challenge lies, and we understand that and are trying to work that through. And we would certainly take any silver bullet solutions anybody has to coming up with an answer to that. But that's what we'll continue to work through, to try to come up with some type of an assigned value, if you will, noting as Andy did that, assuming that if the council were to agree to try to price the in lieu option at a little higher amount, because the city would be assuming a risk, and to also incentivize the actual building of the benefit.
Got it. Okay. I see no other hands going up, so I'm going to move this into public comment. Is there any public comment? City Clerk Martinez?
There is no public comment.
Thank you. I will bring it back to council. I will solicit at this moment from City Council their comments and their recommendations to staff. I will start with Councilmember Waddell.
Thank you, Andy, for the presentation, and I share my thoughts on how long this has taken with my fellow council members. But I think we've finally gotten to a place where this is looking like exactly what we should be moving forward with. I'll be supportive of this effort.
Thank you. I will now move on to Councilmember Silva.
Thank you very much to staff, and I know this has been a long process. So I think this is the correct approach, because it really provides optimal flexibility in terms of just the number of ways you can approach this to achieve the additional development that you might like to have for a piece of property. I think it's so having both the totally flexible or the points-based system provides that balance of, you want flexibility, you want certainty, either or. I also think it's appropriate to allow a just write a check option, and I agree with the perspective that you should be right. That check amount should be higher than what is assumed that it would cost, and it should rise with the construction indicators that Steve Waymire evidently knows on the back of an envelope. So his ears are burning out there in the attendee list. I think we have to be cautious with the list having items that are completely one-off items that we might not really ever want. We would never want to have more than one of. So we just need to check the list carefully, because you could get two in the pipeline at the same time and suddenly find yourself with two cultural arts facilities next door to each other. And you really probably wouldn't want that. It's maybe not good city planning that way. I do believe the list can change over time, because that's like one of the items on this list are green infrastructure LEED Gold. At some point, state regulation will probably require it, and we have to remember to go in and remove it from this list, because they shouldn't be getting points, as you say in the staff report, for things that have to be done no matter what. So we have to probably think about those things. And I would mention, and here's my comment that I've promised, this isn't written clearly enough. for me as a developer sitting at home to probably figure out how you, oh, okay, I'm in this box. This is the size of my property. This is the development potential I'm looking for, increase I'm looking for. Therefore, this is the nut. It's a little bit multifactored, and I would rely on the our land use attorney who would be advising a developer what this ordinance means to see what he thinks on that. Maybe he just tell me I'm, go soak my head because I'm wrong. It's easy to understand, but if it's not, we need to find the best way to communicate it clearly without having to make a phone call to city staff. And my last comment would be, I think we need to socialize this in part, most importantly, with that key development group that came in to talk to us last year about development services, not just on that Wednesday morning when we can finally reconvene them, but with those key developers who will give us their honest thoughts. Thank you.
Councilmember Francois.
Thank you. Well, if it were too clear, you wouldn't need a land use lawyer. So, but I think it's a fair comment. And I think that granular level of detail probably is still to come, that in the development scenario that you pointed out, that there's 2 bumps needed and what the level is for each of those bumps. And I think that would come in the program, hopefully. I hadn't really focused on the size of the projects before until you raised the comment, but I think it's worth staff maybe as this moves along, comparing those to actual potential development sites and kind of reality checking to make sure that we think that those are the right tiers for small, medium, and large projects. In general, I think this is an excellent framework. I think it's a model that other cities will probably follow. I think it's definitely modern and SB 330 approved, which is good. In terms of the questions that you had asked, I agree with adding the financial contribution to the points-based system and to amending the North Downtown specific plan to follow the state density bonus law. And I share Councilmember Silva's comment that it'll be good to get some real good constructive feedback from the Development Services Committee, and maybe even I would invite the owner or the applicant of the DMV site to attend that meeting so we get input from them, and possibly the A1 site as well.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Volk.
Thank you, Andy. And I tend to agree for the most part with my fellow council members and what they said, but I do have a concern about the financial-based or the formula-based financial contributions, mainly because there's already a false narrative out there whenever anything is built that councils the council's pockets are how does that go? The developer's hands are in the council pockets, which of course is not true, but this just gives additional fuel to that sometimes. I think if it's not done properly and not explained as well as it could be. And so that's my only concern. I still am in favor of this, but anytime there's a financial contribution for anything that comes from a developer, there is that potential for the public not to understand that there is an obligation of how those funds are spent.
And I very much agree with my fellow council members. This has taken a while to do it. I remember the study session that we had during a council meeting where the developers came and they'd say, well, we want absolute assurance that we know if we do X, Y will happen, but we want to also have some ability to create different community benefits that you plebeian citizens, city council and planning people haven't yet thought of. And I agree with them. There are probably lots of creative things that we won't come up with that they can do. So this actually addresses all of the above. And Lord knows if it helps pay for a swimming pool, I would be so happy. I would do a jig in front of the theater. And I agree with that we should amend both plans so that they are congruent. Is there another question that is left open, or is everybody
Madam
satisfied?
Mayor,
Sir.
if I may ask just to confirm that there is a consensus among the council in interest of amending the North Downtown Plan as proposed and including a financial alternative in the points-based option?
Okay, let's see, Councilmember Waddell?
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question one more time, Andy?
Yes, I'm sorry. I'm just interested if there is a consensus. I think I've already heard a yes from 3 with regard to amending the North Downtown Plan as we've recommended, but also looking for if there's a consensus regarding the financial alternative, the financial contribution under the points-based system, whether that should be included.
So as for the first issue, there's two, that question is bifurcated, right? There's the question of whether or not, well, I think half the question has already been answered, whether or not, how community benefits are calculated for height and density. That was decided many moons ago, correct?
That is correct. Yeah, this is just simply whether or not affordable housing could be used as a community benefit through this program.
Yes, I agree with both.
Thank you.
Mayor, I'm happy to make the motion.
Please.
I move to provide the following direction to staff to revise the draft framework for the community benefits program as described in attachment 1 with obviously some additional clarity. Provide to include a provision for formula-based financial contribution to a community benefit fund under option 1 of the draft framework, which is the points-based, and to direct staff to prepare a revision to the North Downtown specific plan to make it congruent with the West Downtown specific plan vis-a-vis the unavailability of affordable housing as a potential to receive a bonus.
Second.
May I have a roll call vote, please?
Councilmember Silva,
Aye.
Councilmember Francois,
Aye.
Councilmember Waddell.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Wilk,
Aye.
Mayor Haskew.
Aye,
Motion carries unanimously.
thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for all your comments. Thank you for all your work, Andy, and the rest of the team. I saw Janine show up a little bit, so thank you. Our next item is fiscal year 2021 general fund revenue projections and assumptions, and I look forward to this with great excitement. Not.
All right. Well, nothing like that lead in to kick things off. Very excited to be here as well. So Dan Buckshire, City Manager, and I'm going to introduce Kirsten Lacasse, our Administrative Services Director. In just a moment, we'll hand things off to her, who is going to give the presentation today. And we also have Katie Bruner, our Budget Manager, available, as well as Terry Kilgore, our Assistant City Manager, to speak to any potential questions that may come up. And we also have our executive team members if anything department specific were to arise. So what I want to repeat that I've been stating for a while now at Finance Committee and or at council meetings is that we know these assumptions and projections will be wrong. We just don't know by how much. Trying to project what is going to happen is extremely difficult. You know, there's a lot of discussion about what will occur in, early June or by end of June. And if you put that into a COVID scale, between now and the end of June is almost as long as we've been under lockdown already. And that seems like an eternity, and the dynamic has changed dramatically and regularly. So we are going to have to remain nimble, recognizing and nimble and flexible, and recognize that the future is even more uncertain than ever. At least it appears to be. I suppose it's always uncertain, but it seems to be more uncertain now. So what I do want your council to take away from my 2 cents here, my opening speech, is that we have taken a very methodical approach in attempting to come up with these scenarios for your consideration. We came about this through a few different calculations. You know, we settled on one that we've used, but we backed our way in and came at this from a couple of different angles and came up with roughly the same type of projections. So whether we use this specific process or methodology or use a slightly different one, the results are fairly similar. So from that respect, we feel fairly confident in the process that we're used, but obviously the inputs may vary depending upon what happens here. To give you a sense of what we've done in order to try to compile this information in order to create these projections are that we've been speaking regularly, no less than weekly, with other cities. We've been speaking regularly, no less than every 10 days to 2 weeks with the county. We have been speaking regularly with our sales tax consultant, with a budget consultant, with the Real Estate Association, with our local hoteliers, our Chamber of Commerce, Walnut Creek Downtown, and the League of Cities in order to try to come. And that is in addition to following all the information that's been provided by the feds and the state about what is happening at a more macro level, as well as reading anything we can get our hands on from economists or anybody who dares to try to project what the future is going to hold. So we've tried to take all that information, synthesize it into a methodology that we're going to share with you here this evening. And really, ultimately, what we are hoping to do is to share our thought process behind how we came about these numbers so that you can understand the rationale in the thinking. And I want to clarify that we are not trying to be overly optimistic. We are not trying to be overly pessimistic, but we are trying to be realistic about what is going to happen. And that there is a lot of detail we are going to run through here today. And hopefully we don't get too bogged down in the detail. We're diving into some of the weeds, if you will, so that we can paint the bigger picture. And ultimately what we are hoping for an outcome tonight is that your council will settle on a scenario which results in a number for a budget gap, which is then the number that we will work with staff and ultimately your council through several iterative meetings in order to address that number and that budget gap coming forward. So that's the ultimate goal. And you'll get to see the sausage making firsthand here as we pull back the curtain to show you how we came about this. And with that, I'll be done talking about sausage or anything else and hand it on over to Kirsten.
Thank you, Dan. So good evening, Mayor Haskew and members of the council. Tonight, we're going to walk through the revenue assumptions, scenarios, and projections for fiscal year 2021. So tonight, we're requesting that council receive the report and approve the fiscal year 21 revenue assumptions and projections as recommended by the Finance Committee on May 11th. So tonight, we're going to talk about the fiscal year 2021 budget timeline, the budget structural changes that were implemented for the fiscal year 2021 budget, the fiscal year 2021 recovery assumptions, our recommended recovery scenario, and then next steps. And at that point, we'll go through the tentative timeline for June. So our May timeline that you see here, we brought this information to the Finance Committee. On May 11th, we discussed the revenue assumptions for the general fund. On May 12th, we brought forward the revenue assumptions for the enterprise funds, so both parking fund and Boundary Oak Golf Course. And we're here with you tonight to go over those revenue assumptions and scenarios. On May 22nd, this coming Friday, we'll be going back to Finance Committee with our fiscal year 21 budget balancing discussion. And then on May 27th, we'll go to Finance Committee with our fiscal year 21 fees, charges, CIP, and parking fund. So as we prepared for the fiscal year 2021 budget development, staff implemented a number of structural changes. The first thing was a necessary cleanup of the chart of accounts. So as you know, the city had implemented a new financial system a few years ago, and cleanup is typical as staff adjusts to the new system and finds more efficient ways of doing things. And then we also reevaluated costs in the non-general fund sources and realigned them where necessary so that we could eliminate some of the transfers in and out of the general fund that were no longer necessary. We also looked at interdepartmental transfers, which are mechanisms to recover costs between departments. So it's not new revenue in those departments. And so we now have changed how we are accounting for those. We also created some new funds. workers' compensation, asset forfeiture. So the associated revenues and expenditures in those in the general fund were moved over to those new funds. And so the net result of these changes is a decrease in both revenues and expenditures in the general fund. So this is why you will see the budget for fiscal year 2021 lower than what you are used to seeing previously. And again, this is all accounting changes, and so there's no impact on city operations, and it only impacts departmental revenues. So next we will go over the recovery assumptions that are used as a basis for our revenue projections. So general assumptions that factored into the recovery scenarios included schools reopening in the fall of 2020, continued social distancing, the assumption of no state or federal support, no medical breakthrough in fiscal year 2021, and we are in the recession, so there'll be a prolonged recovery. There's no longer the V-shaped recovery that people were first talking about when this all began. So this slide shows the key aspects of the 4 stages of the state's reopening plan, and Dan had gone over some of these earlier in the COVID update. And we're currently at the beginning of stage 2, which is gradually reopening the lower risk businesses. So we are assuming that we will be at the end of stage 2 or early in stage 3 with the shelter in place lift dates that we'll be talking about in our scenarios. So we structured the recovery scenarios by anticipated shelter in place lift dates of June 30th, which we felt was reasonable as businesses are slowly reopening in certain sectors. We're starting to see construction, some outdoor recreation activities like golf, and most recently now curbside retail. And the other scenario we're looking at is August 15th, and that corresponds to the school start date. So we're assuming that when campuses reopen, presumably restrictions will be lessened in other areas as well. For each of these dates, we modeled slow, medium, and fast recoveries. So as we are seeing in fiscal year 2020, the 3 major categories of revenues impacted are sales tax, transient occupancy tax, and department revenues, which are primarily arts and recreation. The model projects recovery quarter over quarter, so growth is from the previous quarter's loss. And as I mentioned earlier, the recession that we had forecast in our financial trend analysis originally was starting in fiscal year 2021, and now that has moved to fiscal year 2020 due to the COVID crisis. So this shows a sales tax history year over year since fiscal year 2007, and the drop to the low in 2010 from the Great Recession. The city lost 28% of sales tax over 4 years during the Great Recession and recovered all of that over roughly the same period of time. In contrast, staff's projecting a 23% drop in just 4 months from the COVID crisis in fiscal year 2020, which you can see to the right of the graph. As we go through the presentation, there will be many references to fiscal year 2019. This is because it's the most reliable frame of reference we have right now for our revenue streams and how they operate, since fiscal year 2020 is such an anomaly. So we are looking back to fiscal year 2019. So sales tax recovery assumptions. Sales tax makes up 28% of the city's general revenues. Between mid-March and June 30th of fiscal year 2020, we're projecting a loss of $7 million. So the chart you see here shows the 3 recovery rates and the scenarios of slow, medium, and fast quarter over quarter for sales tax. The slow ranges from 25% to 75%, medium from 50% to 85%, and fast from 75 to 100%. From these recovery rates, we derived the sales tax revenue projections. And to provide context, in fiscal year 2019, we received $26.6 million of sales tax. We were projecting pre-COVID fiscal year 2020 to receive $27.3 million. And then once COVID crisis happened, the revised projection for fiscal year 2020 dropped to $20.5 million. So we're looking at our recovery assumptions and revenue scenarios. The June 30th shelter-in-place fast recovery was presented with the financial trend analysis on April 21st, and we were projecting 25.2 million, and a lot has changed since then. The June medium recovery represents a 16% drop from fiscal year 2019. The June slow recovery projects 19.2 million, which is a further decline from the fiscal year 2020 projected low of 20.5 million. And then August slow would put the city just slightly above our low in the Great Recession. So as we talk about the different stages of reopening, it helps to understand the city's reliance on the various sales tax segments. So restaurants make up 11% of our sales tax in fiscal year 2019, general retail, 28%, auto sales and service, 33%, and all the others, including the county pool, is 28%. When we compare fiscal year 2019 by segment to the June 30 medium projections, you can see there's a loss of 19.4% in restaurants, a loss of 22% for general retail, 20.3% for auto sales and service, and 4.1% for the category of all other, including the county pool. So the total drop in sales tax is projected to be 16.2%. So this chart shows the prior 3 fiscal years sales tax history compared to the projections for fiscal year 20 and 21. And we have 3 of them here for fiscal year 21 for your reference. So as you can see, we were climbing from fiscal year 17 through fiscal year 19, and then we were projecting again to increase our sales tax to 27.3 million pre-COVID. And the COVID crisis hits, and we are now projecting 20.5 million for fiscal year 2020. So as I mentioned earlier, the June 30th slow projection is a drop from our low in fiscal year 20, and it is also 28% lower than fiscal year 2019. And looking from fiscal year 20 for the 20.5 million over to the fiscal year 21 June medium of 22.3 million, that is roughly an 8.8% increase, which is consistent with our 5-year historical growth rate. And then additionally, our sales tax consultant Avenue is projecting 23.6 million in fiscal year 2021. And we had received that information after we had done our projections using our model. And so it was helpful to see that we were in line with what other people are seeing. And so before I move on to transient occupancy tax, I've covered a lot so far, and I just wanted to pause and see if there were any questions or if we want to wait till the end. Okay, so now I'm going to talk about transient occupancy tax. So transient occupancy tax was projected with the same recovery rate framework and then as sales tax, and then tailored to what's happening within travel, business conferences, hotel stays. So in fiscal year 2020, we are projecting a revenue loss of 800,000, and that's between mid-March and June 30th of 2020. For the recovery, the slow ranges from 25% to 75%, medium 37.5% to 80%, fast from 50% to 100%. So again, for context, fiscal year 2019, we received 2.2 million. Fiscal year 21, we're projecting 2.85 million pre-COVID. Fiscal year 2020 revised projection is 2 million. And the June medium keeps the projection relatively flat for fiscal year 21 and is 10% below where we were in fiscal year 19. The June slow drops below the fiscal year 2020 low. And again, the fast recovery is what we had presented on April 21st. So the assumptions we looked at for department revenues in arts and recreation are that summer programming will be in small groups. The leisure center won't reopen until January of 2021, and social distancing requirements will remain in place. And COVID had a minimal impact on the other city departments. So the estimated department revenue for fiscal year 2021 is 21 $5.2 million and is made up of $3.2 million combined total in administrative services, police, and general government, $5.3 million in public works, $7 million in community and economic development, and $4.7 million in arts and recreation. Total department revenues are projected to drop $8 million from the COVID low of $28.2 million to $20.2 million. And I want to point this out because the majority of that drop is a result of the structural changes we discussed earlier. So it's just over 5 million of that. So each of the revenue recovery scenarios will have varying impacts on the fiscal 2021 projected deficit. The 2021 expenditures in the general fund are currently $88.7 million, and that's prior to any cost saving measures. Based on the recovery scenarios, we can see the resulting deficits ranging from 2.2 million to 18.5 million. Again, the June 30 FAST deficit of 2.2 million was presented back on April 21st. This is a summary slide of the total revenues compared to total expenditures citywide in the general fund and the resulting deficit for each revenue scenario. The deficit as a percent of expense ranges from 3% to 21%. So based on modeling and recovery rates, which are informed by the assumptions and recent economic and financial data, staff is recommending a blended scenario. The recommended assumptions include a June 30th, 2020 SIP lessening, which is again the end of stage 2, early stage 3 of recovery, medium sales tax recovery, slow transient occupancy tax recovery, and slow recovery for arts and recreation revenues. Blended scenario results in a sales tax projection of 22.3 million, transient occupancy tax of 1.9, other general revenues 32.3, for a total of 56.4. Department revenues, again, are 15.5 and 4.7 for arts and recreation for a total of 20.2. Our total expenditures plus our contribution to reserves are 88.7 million, and that results in an estimated deficit of 12.1 or 14% as a deficit when you're looking at the deficit as a percent of your expense. So next steps. So on, as I mentioned earlier, May 22nd, we'll go to the Finance Committee to discuss budget balancing strategies for fiscal year 21. And then on May 27th, the fiscal year 21 fees, charges, CIP, and parking. June 2nd, we'll go to Council with the fiscal year 21 budget introduction. June 16th would be further budget discussion or adoption. And then June 23rd, a special meeting at Council if needed for budget adoption. And I want to caveat this with more than likely be adding additional special meetings to both Finance and Council, and to make sure that we have enough time to go through all of this prior to budget adoption on June 30th. So again, our requested action is for Council to receive the report and approve the fiscal year 21 revenue assumptions and projections as presented to Finance Committee on May 11th. And that concludes the presentation, and we have staff available to answer questions.
Madam Mayor, you're on mute.
But Matt figured out I was asking for little blue hands, and he got in there first. So good job, Matt. Would you please ask the questions?
Thank you, Mayor. And thank you, Kirsten, for a very detailed staff report and presentation. I had a question about the departmental revenues and how those assumptions were derived. How did you go about assuming the departmental revenues?
The biggest The department that was affected the most is Arts and Recreation. So we worked with them and Kevin Safin, and they provided us information based on when these programs would be available, when when the Lesher Center would reopen. So we relied on the departments for their subject matter expertise, essentially, to come up with those projections.
If I could, Councilmember Francois, I'll just add a little bit to give you some further context. For Arts and Recreation revenues, 45% of their revenues are generated by the Lesher Center and the Repertory Theater. And so we are assuming those will not open for business until the new calendar year. So that is a significant driver. And then obviously many of our other programs will be, best case limited in capacity due to social distancing. And so, Kevin Safin and his team have had to make estimates about what that looks like. And then as far as the other departmental revenues, which is largely through business license, and the bigger amount comes from development services, which is CED and Public Works, we are still seeing strong demand on the permitting, building, and in terms of inquiries for entitlement and potential future developments. So we've effectively held that flat. We're not projecting a drop at this point in time. So those all but Arts and Rec revenue from departmental revenue has effectively been held flat.
Thank you both. That's very helpful. I saw reference in the staff report, I don't have it up right now, in terms of before you did these assumptions, there were some preliminary assumptions in terms of structural changes that were made to the budget in terms of interdepartmental transfers. Could you explain that?
Sure. So departments provide services to each other. And so for example, if Public Works does something for CED, then how we accounted for that in the past is we showed that as a revenue to Public Works and an expense to CED. And so it was all within the general fund. But the proper accounting treatment for that, not to get too technical, is it's not actually revenue. It's not new revenue to the city. So it's really a recovery of costs.
I see.
So as a result, we lower the revenue on one side and we offset the expenditure on the other side.
Okay, that makes sense. And then kind of a more remedial question. In terms of the quarter assumptions, is quarter one of the fiscal year? So it's quarter 3 of the calendar year, is that right?
Correct.
Okay. Thank you. Those are all my questions.
Councilmember Silva.
Thank you very much. And thank you to staff across the organization, because I know this hasn't just been the finance department and a few directors doing this. It takes everyone to figure out how you change course so quickly and so drastically. So I truly appreciate all the work that you've been doing. Kirsten, you sent us a memo mid-afternoon, and I have a question, and it's really related to these department revenues and what's happened between 2019, the 18-month projections, the post-COVID projections for this past fiscal year, and then the recommended assumptions. There are two, besides Arts and Recreation, which goes from 11 million in 2019 to 4.7 million projected. Huge loss of revenue, but some of it is structural. Public Works has a large one as well. Is most of that accounted for actually in these structural changes because Public Works performs all of these services?
Yes, that is correct. The majority of that is structural.
All right. In Public Works, and then some of it in Arts and Recreation, but not all of it in Arts and Recreation.
Correct. Yes, that's correct.
All right. There was a slide by sector of the sales tax. Could you go back to that? We didn't get to see that in Finance Committee, and so as it went by, I'm going, wait.
Okay. Oh, I think, did we lose the screen?
We see you, you're not sharing anymore.
Okay, let me go back. One moment, please.
Oh,
Okay, can you see that now?
So restaurants, which is getting a lot of our discussion about how they're even going to recover. The restaurants are not even predicted. I mean, when I look at the percentage of loss that we're projecting for restaurants, it's not even as much as we're projecting for general retail and auto sales and service. Has Avenue been active? I mean, is a lot of this coming from Avenue and what they know about industry at large in these sectors?
Yes, and our model, we do have this information built into the model so that we can be more flexible going forward as new information becomes available. But yes, we do rely on them for the individual sector information.
So this table and this chart would also predict that we should be as focused, if not more focused, on general retail and auto sales and service because they represent such a significant chunk of our revenues, sales tax revenues.
Yes.
In comparison to restaurants. And not that restaurants aren't important, but they all are. It's an ecosystem as well because people come down to have dinner and they go shopping, or they come to go shopping and they stay for dinner. So they're intertwined. And then I guess I would ask a city manager and any of you on staff, what are other cities saying when they're looking at their projections? Is this similar? What's Contra Costa saying?
Yeah. So good question. And the way I would summarize that is that the more you offer, the more you have to lose. So Walnut Creek, we are, we are a regional draw. And we have folks that visit who are not able to. As we know, we derive roughly half of our sales tax from people outside of the city. And that's obviously been impacted significantly due to the shelter in place. And so, I'll share an extreme that I shared at Finance Committee, and then I'll zero in on Contra Costa. Cities that provide are tourism based are being heavily impacted. So as an example, City of Santa Monica, which is roughly the same size in terms of resident population. They have about 90,000 residents. Obviously, we have about 70. To give you a sense, their general fund budget is $450 million, where ours is 88, and it's all tourism driven for the most part, TOT and sales tax. They're projecting over a 30% drop, $150 million problem in the coming year as a result of the change in consumer behavior and obviously the restrictions. On the other end of the scale, take a city like Moraga that is more or less a bedroom community, a suburban community that folks don't travel to shop or obviously vacation. They don't have a lot of outside revenue from sales tax or TOT. They're mostly dependent upon property tax and fees. And so for the most part, their budget hasn't changed that much. Within Contra Costa, those that are more similar, I'll say Contra Costa and Alameda, those that are more similar to Walnut Creek, let's say Concord, Pleasanton, Danville, are projecting between 10 to 15% in revenue loss. We're obviously at 14% because I do think we draw proportionally more than some of those other cities. So we're right in that range with most of our peers. Obviously, these were all done independently. We didn't share our methodologies. Everybody came up with their own estimates for their own cities, but we're in the same range overall.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mayor.
Any more questions? Yes. Oh, sorry, Kevin. I knew you did. It's just that my screen switched. Thank you.
Sure. And thank you, Kirsten. I had a question that after seeing all of this, and as we'd heard Dan say before, these numbers are going to be wrong. Does staff have options of plans should we end up seeing a slower track, and so that we can be prepared ahead of time without scrambling? My biggest concern here is that 3 or 4 months we see that the assumptions are far off to the downside, and now we're really scrambling to try to make up the budget. So do we have, just sort of back of the napkin ideas for plan B's and C's and D's?
Yes, I mean, right now we're focusing on plan A, but we are in the midst of working on plan B, C, and D. one of the things that's changed, obviously we always keep a close eye on our budget and our finances, but we are monitoring revenues and expenditures on a weekly basis. And if we see any unexpected variation that's noteworthy, obviously we'll tune into that to understand what's happening. We're also intending, instead of reporting every 6 months formally to City Council, we will plan to report at a minimum of quarterly. And if we see something substantive, either direction, whether if things worsen considerably and we need to make further cutbacks, or if things were to improve significantly, whether it be a medical breakthrough or the second wave doesn't occur, the infection rate slows down for whatever reason, we may want to begin offering more services more quickly. So we will not wait for those quarterly updates. If there's a significant change, we will come to council with that information so that we can make the appropriate adjustments. So I would say the first backup plan is to monitor more finitely on a weekly basis. And certainly we have some of these other scenarios that that demonstrate what, situations could look like should the situation worsen. And we can obviously plan to those. I'll share with you, I mean, if things do worsen beyond what we are recommending here as a likely scenario, the options aren't pretty, and will take some additional work. They're not things that we can implement all that quickly, as it likely impacts staff. So that's the challenge that we would have. But obviously we would want to be in a situation to be able to react as quickly as possible.
Okay. Thank you.
I don't see any other questions, and I don't have any questions myself. I think you did a bang-up job. So I guess it's time for public comment. I remembered. Does anybody look like they want to comment publicly or otherwise?
It doesn't appear we have any public comment.
All right, I will bring it back to council, and it is time to ask your final questions if you have any, or I see you, Justin, or make comments. So Justin, would you please go?
I don't know if this is a question to staff per se, or maybe it's a question to Mr. Wilk or Ms. Silva. But I did happen to catch the finance subcommittee meeting when this issue was discussed. And I'm jumping ahead here to the next line, the next item to reference back to here. But there's a discussion and debate around the parking and enhancement fund, and whether or not, and of course they broke it out in that conversation too, with low, medium, and quick recovery. There was a discussion and concern about the economy coming back fast enough to meet or to require or to give guidance to staff or to meet a medium range recovery in the parking enhancement fund. However, in the general fund budget, there was a recommendation from the finance subcommittee to move forward with a medium recovery effort. How are those two equal? If parking, there was even some people that were on the call that was advocating for the slow recovery. So taking that into consideration, how do those two equal?
I can tell you my perspective, and perhaps Councilmember Silva has her own perspective. The way I look at this is that we're looking at a medium recovery in general, but specific to the Downtown Parking Enhancement Fund, that comes in large part from meters and garage rates. And should we decide on Thursday to alter how we charge and how we defer that and maybe delay it even for the year, that'll have a direct impact on how much revenue we get from the Downtown Parking Fund. And that's why that would be a slower rate of recovery.
And I would agree with that. I also think the parking fund is a trailing indicator. So while your economy may be recovering, the parking may be slower because we're having to reinvest, as you said, keeping the rates lower for a time being until till people are coming back. So trailing indicator.
If I understand that thought process correctly, the issue isn't with the economic recovery per se, because with demand for parking would, of course, come, you would expect additional revenue and sales tax dollars. It is more of a decision, a council-driven decision to say whether or not to start charging for parking.
I think that's a large part of it. And just as an example, one of the things we'll be talking about on Thursday also includes if we will look at outdoor dining and therefore taking away parking spots. Obviously, that's going to impact the ability to have any revenue coming from that.
Thank you.
And I would agree with that, but I would also say, I'm not sure if we're, since I haven't seen the staff report for Thursday, I'm not sure exactly what we are discussing in terms of how granular we will get, but I think it is that the parking is intended to be part of the economic recovery strategy. And so we might not, when we decide to charge for parking, we might not be going straight back to the same pricing structure. It might be geared up. So the revenue stream is a little harder to it will be slower to recover.
Agreed.
Hey. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to cut you off. Did you want to say something, Mayor Pro Tem?
No, just I agree with that.
Oh, okay. Sorry. Okay. So now we're looking for comments and a conclusion. Who would like to go first?
I'll start with comments. Again, obviously, this is something that's difficult to predict, and we could be optimistic or we could be pessimistic. I think it makes sense to go down the middle on this, being able to adjust on the fly with quarterly or even more frequent meetings than that for the Finance Committee and then coming to Council. I think this is a good starting point. There will be adjusting that has to happen, and I think that us looking at this realistically, rather than one end or the other on a scale, makes sense. And I think this also sends a message that we are going to need the residents of Walnut Creek and those surrounding cities to help with the recovery in terms of shopping in Walnut Creek and coming and dining and spending money here. And this will all help. And so the Together Walnut Creek logos, I think will help with some of the marketing efforts. But this is something that is, it's difficult to see, but I think we're making the most sense in being able to move forward with this particular plan.
Okay, since Mayor Pro Tem is one half of the Finance Committee, I will now go to the second half of the committee with Councilmember Silva.
Thank you, Mayor. This has been very difficult for all of us, and I know it's been very, very difficult for staff as well. It's very hard to go from March 5th, 6th, 5th, I think it was, when we were projecting better results financially than we had thought, to suddenly falling off a cliff. And so I really want to say, again, thank you to staff for all of the work on this. I think this is conservative, but not overly pessimistic. But I think it's most important to be conservative and slightly under promise and be pleased and be able to adapt that way than having to adapt by throwing more weight overboard every week. That is a very, very difficult process. That's a worse process. I think we have to be, I think this gives us the ability to be nimble and flexible and adaptive over time. And also recognize that don't be surprised when it's wrong, because it will be wrong. It'll be wrong tomorrow because there will be some new piece of information that we have, or something happening in Sacramento, or something happening in Washington, D.C., or in the healthcare arena. I really appreciate the work that staff did in terms of all the sources and resources that they're looking at. This is not throwing a dart at the wall as much as it feels like it probably. There has been a lot of analysis, consultation with our colleagues in other cities and across the board. And I even appreciate the ability to take a look at the subsectors of where our sales tax dollars are so important, and they're the hardest hit. We could probably live without the TOT. We cannot live without the sales tax. And those dollars are, they've been hit hard, but we have to understand in our economic recovery strategies, I believe, are going to have to be sector specific, because what you do in the auto sales and service sector versus the retail or restaurant will be different. And I think, so I am supportive of the assumptions about what's driving this, from when the schools will reopen to when we will or won't have a vaccine. Also, the assumptions about using the June 30th date as opposed to a mid-August date, and also using the medium recovery assumption for sales tax versus the slow assumption on the TOT and the slow assumption on the Arts and Recreations Department revenues.
Thank you. Councilmember Waddell.
I'll start off by just thanking staff for all their efforts to put this together. I know, especially in a short amount of time, with all the changes that are occurring, I know that it's been difficult to put all this together, and I understand that there was even changes subsequent to the Finance Subcommittee meeting last week, so I appreciate the short-term ability to alter course when necessary. I originally agreed with Ron Cassano and his perspective on this when he actually recommended, not that he's a voting member of the subcommittee, but when he recommended to go with the slow recovery, because I have serious concerns with the demand from the public, or at least the willingness of the public to jump back in, to be going out and going to retail operations in order to drive our sales tax base. Still have serious concerns about that. However, my mind was put at rest, or a little bit at ease, by two of the answers, that one of which was received tonight, and another one that I got from discussions with Mr. Buckshire, which is really around our ability to be nimble on this. Dan has dedicated himself, and of course the staff, to be able to not only come to us with quarterly updates, but also have a continuous monitoring of how our economic recovery is going. And then, of course, if there's any negative aspects to what we're seeing in the marketplace compared to what we're estimating today, and I agree with Ms. Silva that these numbers are going to be wrong one way or another. They're not going to be on the dot. But taking that into consideration, that we will be able to bring this back to the council in a relatively quick manner and make adjustments if there's any necessary. And then the second one that put my mind at ease is the comparison to what other municipalities in our area are doing. Not that I put a huge amount of emphasis on that, but considering that they're all done in silos, independent of each other, and they all came up with relatively the same answer, I think is a good indication that we're either all in groupthink, which could be negative, or we're all very smart, and I tend to lean more towards the second half of that equation.
Thank you for the compliment. Matt, Councilmember Francois.
Yeah, I want to thank staff, and I want to thank the members of the Finance Committee and the Treasurer. I think it all seems like it's been very well vetted, and I appreciated the comment that you made at the last hearing, Mayor, about how perhaps the sales tax projections were too optimistic. I think they're appropriately realistic at this point, given that we've got 50 to 60% for Q1 and Q2. And I'm comfortable with these assumptions, and I'm also comfortable that we're going to be in near constant dialogue about this over the next year.
Thank you. So, whereas I agree that we're probably in the right ballpark with the estimates, I also yet again say that there is some pocket of unspent discretionary money that is waiting to have a store to go to spend at. And there is a need to get out and be social. And even if that means you're going to sit in a street with cars passing right behind your back, you're going to do it because it's what we're going to stretch to do to get back to normalcy. I think there's a chance that we have better news to look for. And then my unhappy side says yes, but it's more likely that we're going to go into a second phase of COVID, and we will be back staying in our houses and not enjoying the fresh air. You have done as well as anybody could do under the circumstances. And I think in many ways, I have more confidence in what our city has done than other budgets. Or I honestly think they stuck their fingers in the air and they waited to see what we would do and copied us. So thank you. I support your assumptions. And if there's a motion necessary to accept it, would somebody from the Finance Committee like to make that motion?
I'm happy to move to, I'm not going to use the word approve because I don't want to approve these dismal numbers.
Accept. It's accept.
By staff and recommended by the Finance Committee in attachment 1 of the report.
Second.
All right, roll call, please.
Councilmember Silva.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Wilk.
Aye.
Councilmember Francois.
Aye.
Councilmember Waddell.
Aye.
Mayor Haskew.
Aye. Did I see out of the corner of my eye the City Manager Buckshire raising his hand? Did you?
You did,
raise him?
and I just want to add on to the thanks your council has offered. I just want to let you to know that it does mean a lot to staff to hear your positive feedback and recognition of the amount of work that's gone into this. It's hard to even explain how many hours staff have been working in order to pull this, as well as the other financial information together, staff at all levels. So it's very much appreciated. And I also do just want to point out that both Katie and Kirsten have been in their current roles for an entire 4.5 months. And I think the fact that it's easy to forget that just illuminates how great of a job they've been doing. So I want to thank them in particular, and Terry as well, for their extra efforts in pulling all this together.
Bravo. Okay, but they're not done yet because we have item C to jump to next, which is fiscal year 2021 Downtown Parking Enterprise and Enhancement Fund revenue assumptions. The only thing I can say is it's likely to be a little less complex.
Yeah, so Dan Buckshire, City Manager. Again, I'll kick this off and then hand it over to our Deputy City Manager, Carla Hansen, who is our parking guru. And I want to point out that one of the differences, and hence part of the reason we had some of the discussion earlier about parking fund versus general fund, is that for the most part, in terms of the revenues we were trying to project for the general fund, we don't really have control over those. I recognize we do for arts and recreation, but those revenue changes are really driven by the shelter in place orders. And we don't really have control over TOT or sales tax. The difference here with the parking fund is that we do have control over, at least in part, over those revenues by determining how much we charge, how we enforce, and how long we allow folks to park either in our garages and or our meters. So that said, recognizing that we don't know how we may change our existing policy and the corresponding impact on revenues, the approach we tried to take, or not tried, we did take in creating these projections is to assume that our current policies and approaches, costs, enforcement, and the like are in place. And I know Carla will hit on this in more detail, but our primary goal of the primary rationale for charging for parking and enforcing is to get to that 85% utilization and have the appropriate turnover downtown so that folks aren't driving too much around trying to find a spot, but that we also don't have too much capacity either. So the premise for these projections is us trying to anticipate when we would get to that 85% utilization rate. Hence, we would put back into place our existing charges and policies that have been previously adopted. So that's the rationale. Should we choose to change policy for parking, that obviously would have an impact. And as previously noted, that will be part of the discussion at our special meeting on Thursday. So tonight's discussion is about trying to project what revenues we will receive under existing policies. Thursday will be the discussion about whether or not we should change those policies. And with that, Carla, I'll let you take it from here. And she tried to get out of this earlier, claiming her power was going out, but it looks like we called her bluff and she's stuck now here with us. So.
Good evening, Mayor, council members, members of the public, and staff. My power is on for now. I'm a little nervous about it staying on. I'm going to share my screen with you. Susie, can you enable me to do that? Thank you. Okay, so as the city manager mentioned, this presentation is focused on the downtown parking enterprise revenue assumptions. So I'm going to walk through a little bit of how the parking fund is structured, what the overarching goals of the parking fund are, and then how we got to our revenue assumptions. And what we're going to focus on is really what assumptions are we going to build in the fiscal year 21 budget, so we can then build the rest of the expenditure side, and doing this in a very uncertain time. So knowing that we like to talk about parking changes, parking policy, that will all be reserved for Thursday's meeting, as we've said. So really we're focused on some revenue assumptions in this presentation, and the recommended action for you this evening is to consider the Finance Committee's recommendations and then adopt a rate of recovery for the parking fund for the fiscal year 21 budget. As the city manager mentioned, the primary goal of the parking fund is really to create open spaces for people to find when they come downtown when they're driving. It also is to encourage people to park once and walk and enjoy our downtown. That sounds very like a lofty goal right now in this time, but a few months ago, that's what we were struggling to make sure that we had enough spaces, and we were meeting that 85% goal that's in our parking ordinance. Also in the parking ordinance is really why we charge for parking, but also how we use the revenue for parking. So the ordinance says that we should be paying for the management of our parking first, and taking care of our capital first, and then reinvesting that money into our downtown. So the parking fund really has two goals: manage to a demand of 85% so we can have enough spaces for people to find, but also pay for the operations that we need to manage that demand and enhance our downtown so people continually want to come here. So you have seen this slide previously. Our enterprise fund is separate from the general fund. It supports 9 divisions in the city and 22.5 full-time employees. The main revenue sources are parking meters, garages, and enforcement. And as mentioned, we spend our money on parking operations, downtown enhancements, and capital investment. And we carry 2 reserves, our capital reserve and emergency reserve. So how our revenue sources are broken down by percentage. So 44% of our revenue comes from our parking meters. We have 1,500 on street. 36% of our revenue comes from parking enforcement, which is parking citations and parking tickets. And 20% of our revenue comes from our 3 parking garages that operate 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. We're all very aware that on March 16th, the county health officer put in a shelter-in-place order that has been now extended through May 31st. As a result, most of our businesses downtown remain closed or they're operating in some kind of limited capacity. And as such, our parking demand has gone from 95% occupancy at peak times to almost 0 occupancy. March 18th, because our occupancy was very low, we ceased charging for parking at our parking meters. We closed our parking garages to daily parkers, and we ceased parking enforcement. We did this for 2 reasons. One, we didn't have any demand to control, so we didn't need to charge for parking or enforce it. And also as a way to encourage folks to still patronize our downtown businesses that are open in limited capacity. We wanted to make sure that folks felt comfortable and not worried about trying to find parking or pay for parking. So two reasons why we did that. And the effects were, we are helping businesses, but also, as you are all aware, we brought the fiscal year 20 budget to you with significant financial challenges because we weren't charging. So moving forward, our parking demand remains low. Where we had peaks and regular trends, we're seeing a peak of about 25%. And what we're predicting is as the shelter-in-place orders continue to be lifted, modified, and more retail and restaurant businesses open in some kind of limited capacity, we're going to see that demand increase. Also, we're seeing a need for short-term parking in front of businesses for delivery and food pickup. So in this time of uncertainty and in a time where we need to build a budget, staff analyzed the impact of the situation and created some revenue assumptions for you all to consider. And they mirror what you all just discussed with the general fund. So slow, medium, and fast recoveries for the parking fund. The Finance Committee considered these three revenue assumptions as well, and they added a hybrid approach. So what we're calling slow plus. This is the option between the slow and medium. And really what we are, as the city manager mentioned in the beginning, we're trying to figure out when we're going to need to charge for parking. So when will we hit that 85% occupancy rate, or when will we be above that? What date? And therefore, how long will we keep parking free downtown? So what the assumptions that are built into all of these scenarios are, one, that they mirror what we were predicting for sales tax in the general fund. Also, that once we start charging again, we go back to the rates, time restrictions, and parking enforcement that we had previous. The way we modeled the effects of these assumptions were with the baseline revenue from fiscal year 19 actuals. And we based our revenue calculations on the month that charging resumes plus a 10% shift in parking demand. So this table is not the best for a presentation, but it is included in your staff report. And what this table shows is the rates of recovery by date and the type of recovery, so slow, slow plus, medium, and fast, and what these equate to as far as a projected deficit. So in all three rates of recovery, there are deficits associated. And the reason why we have deficits is we're assuming that we are going to collect less revenue than we did in the previous year. And you can see here that a slow rate of recovery assumes that we collect 40% of the revenue we collected in fiscal year 19. Slow plus is 55% of the revenue. Medium is 65%, and fast is 90%. So as mentioned, the Finance Committee discussed this, and their recommendation was to consider a slow plus or a balanced approach to a rate of recovery for the parking fund. And you had a little bit of a discussion in the last item about this. Staff's recommendation was to take a medium approach. And so both are here for your consideration this evening. So next steps, as we all know, recovery in from COVID-19 will remain uncertain. And so we will have to think differently about parking, about just about everything city operations wise. However, we are doing our best to take a guess at what the budget could look like for the parking fund in 21. And whatever you decide this evening, staff will be bringing a balanced budget to you for fiscal year 21. Another aspect to the Finance Committee's discussion that I forgot to previously mention is that the Finance Committee really recommended to change our local emergency resolution to grant authority to the City Council to make changes to parking. And this will be part of the discussion on Thursday, but wanted to make sure that I captured both recommendations from the Finance Committee when we discussed last week. So again, the recommendation to you this evening is to consider Finance Committee's recommendation on a rate of recovery, and then to adopt a rate of recovery for fiscal year 21 in the parking fund. That concludes my staff report. The lights are still on, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Are there any questions? I don't see any. I do have a question about the enforcement revenues. If we're really dropping the actual time people are parking in meters, and there isn't that much demand for it, are we going to have that much enforcement? I would have expected the enforcement to drop more than the percents.
So we applied the amounts across the board, across all three revenue sources equally, the rate of drop, if you will, or really recovery.
Well, and really, when you look at the bottom line, there's $100,000 of difference between slow plus and medium. Quite frankly, personally, I don't much care which the two of which of the two we choose. They're going to be equally as close, probably, to the actual outcome. But that's just my opinion, and that wasn't a question. I see a Justin Waddell hand. Please, Justin, go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you, Carla, for the presentation. Can you go into some detail, and I understand that things may change on Thursday, but can you go into some detail of what was driving the dates? I would assume that there's some data behind that that's saying by October 15th, demand would be at X, which would then require parking, but can you go into some detail on that?
Sure, yeah. We wanted to be consistent with the general fund's assumptions around sales tax, because if more businesses are open and folks are coming down and patronizing businesses, we're assuming that they're also paying to park, and they're going to be looking for a space. And so that's why we mirrored the slow, medium, and fast. We mirrored it after the general fund. The slow plus was really and I don't want to speak for the Finance Committee, but really what they wanted to do was balance. They wanted to use parking as a economic, the importance of using parking to assist economic recovery in downtown. So the longer it's free, the more folks will be coming down and patronizing businesses. And so I think it was mentioned in the previous discussion that parking was a lagging indicator. And so taking a little bit longer to keep parking free and encouraging folks to come downtown was why the slow plus assumption was recommended by the Finance Committee.
So this isn't really a data-driven discussion, and I understand this is for budgeting purposes, so I put that caveat on the front of this, but it's not a data-driven discussion to come up with dates.
No, where we have data is based on actuals from when we weren't in a pandemic and downtown was booming. I think what we do have, I think, going forward, and it is an asset for us now, is we do have sensors in every single space downtown in our on-street spaces. And so we're able to manage we're actually managing our data a little bit better in that way. We can see almost instantly when our occupancy will hit an 85%. So where we have to make some pretty large predictions for fiscal year 21 for the budget, as things start to open up, we will see quite quickly where parking demand is. So this is the largest guess we can make, but again, we have to make a guess for the entire fiscal year so we can build a budget. And I hope that answers your question. I think these assumptions are not data driven, but it will be data driven when we turn back on parking. And again, that discussion will happen on Thursday, how we do that. But we do have data. It's just, we can't build parking assumptions off of zero demand downtown currently.
So you did answer that question. And one second, Mr. Buckshire, I'll let you, I'll yield the floor here in 2 seconds. You did answer the question, and it was building up to this last question that I have, which is it a correct assumption to say that the dates in which we are discussing today are purely for budgetary purposes and not for operational guidelines? Meaning, if we open up and we grossly underestimated the economic recovery, that doesn't mean that parking would remain free under the recommendation to October 15th. And to the contrary, if we were wildly optimistic that that date may extend.
Yeah. I mean, that's absolutely, I mean, Carla's microphone is off.
I think she has a cell phone too. I think that her.
Oh.
Yeah.
Let me, can everyone hear me? Let me partially address this. So I do just want to add on to Carla's question about data or not data. So, you know, we are trying to anticipate the basis for this methodology is when we would need to start charging again based upon occupancy. So the 3 scenarios that staff had created were different scenarios from we may get to 85% occupancy. Some data that Carla did look at, as you know, we have, as all of you know, we have the SMARKing data. And we initially started to build this from SMARKing data that showed how different cities that, in I think even in different countries, if I recall correctly, but maybe just in the US, how their parking patterns change once the restrictions started to lessen. The challenge was why we didn't run with that profile is those cities had continued to charge all along. So they didn't stop charging and then start to charge again, which obviously is a very different approach than other cities that continued to charge. And then we could see how their demand built back up based upon that charging data. So that wasn't exactly the profile we wanted to use, but I did want to add in that Carla did a fair bit of analysis looking at that and helping to try to inform what these dates may look like. So there is a lot of data that went into this, but ultimately, you know, it did come down to a judgment as to when we thought we would hit that 85%.
So Dan, just to reiterate one point that you hit, or confirm one point that you hit, the dates that are provided, again, this is for budgetary purposes, but the assumption behind those dates is that parking would hit 85%.
At those dates.
Yes.
Correct, Carl, make sure you can't kick me from here on Zoom. So
Virtually.
That is correct, yes.
All right, thank you.
And I would add, anecdotally, having watched parking in Walnut Creek for 30 years now, or more, it gets busier as we get closer to the holidays. So it makes a lot of sense that that's a date that starts to lead. We were over 85% for a good portion of the holiday season. So it makes good sense that those are the turning points where we get to capacity. Done. Okay, does anybody want to add any more elucidation to the information? Yes, Mayor Pro Tem.
Oh, thanks. And again, thanks, Carla. I know this is another of the challenges. But I do want to just clarify a little bit more about the points that I also made in the previous budget discussion. That is that we didn't look at this in a vacuum. We understand there will need to be city assistance in the recovery of our downtown businesses, and that may include a variety of interim measures that impact parking revenue. And that's why we recommended the Slope Plus or the September 15th option. We'll have to keep a close eye on this, obviously, especially if we look at how effective the interim recovery measures are. But we didn't look at this in a myopic sense. It was definitely in the larger part of how the city was involved in this. And that's why we recommended that approach.
And let me elaborate here what Kevin said. It really was about the economic recovery strategies, the fact that the parking has to support the speed at which the downtown businesses are recovering, recognition that all these restaurants, as they're trying to recover, and restaurants represent so many of the front doors of these downtown businesses, they're not going to have the same capacity as they did before. So that's going to impact this as well. And that by the time October 15th comes, which is what we did as this hybrid approach, we will also have some indication. That's the beginning of the flu season and when there might be a resurgence of this virus. So it just gave us another conservative option to consider in the budgeting.
Thank you. At this moment, unless anybody else has any comments, I'm looking for a motion to accept the assumptions.
Communication.
Public comment.
Oh, okay. Yeah, there's still people actually on the thing. Yes, public comment. Thank you for reminding me. Is there any public comment?
No written public comment and no remote live public comments.
Right. Well, but I asked the question. All right, then
I will make a motion then to approve or to recommend to consider the Finance Committee's recommendation and move to adopt at the revenue recovery for the FY21 parking fund budget at the Slope Plus rate.
Okay.
Right. Roll call vote, please.
Mayor Pro Tem Wilk.
Aye.
Councilmember Silva. Councilmember Francois.
Aye.
Councilmember Waddell. Mayor Haskew.
Aye. Yet again, I think I have seen a hand from City Manager Buckshire. Would you like to add a comment?
Yes, briefly, I just wanted to point out next steps for everybody's clarification, then provide some context about the parking budget and the general fund. So this upcoming Friday, we will unveil the detailed strategies. So we had previously provided a list of strategies generally listed in terms of level of difficulty, low, medium, and high. We are now going to, on Friday for the general fund, outline which of those strategies we intend to employ and then the associated dollar amount. And if there's, based upon that feedback, then obviously we would modify and take that then to council. We're planning on June 2nd. With respect to the parking fund, we are planning to take that same approach and outline the strategies and the associated dollar amount to the Finance Committee on May 27th, a week from tomorrow, and then would bundle that and go to City Council on June 2nd. One thing I want to point out, just so that we all have a relative sense of scale, when we looked at the drop in revenue for the general fund, the $12.1 million gap rather represents about a 14% budget gap. The scenario that we're working towards on the parking fund represents a 38% budget gap. So proportionally, our challenge in the parking fund is going to be considerably more difficult than the general fund. And we know the general fund is not going to be easy. So I'm just highlighting that. I think, you know, the scenarios are appropriate and we will work towards those. But I just wanted to give you a sense of scale because even though the number is smaller, proportionally, it's much more challenging to try to balance. And then also, similarly, if I could real quick, just go ahead there, Councilmember Silva.
Well, when you're done, I just had a question.
Okay. I was just going to then mention as well, I do want to thank, in addition, Carla for all of her efforts on the parking fund and others who were involved in managing the operation. We have about 20 staff that comprise the parking fund or funded out of that, and many of whom have helped pull this together and will be involved going forward. So it's been a tremendous lift to get us here tonight. So thanks, Carla, and everyone else who's been involved.
Councilmember Silva.
This is I understand, Dan, the general fund budget gap closure strategies on Friday and the parking the following week. My one concern is they're so intrinsically intertwined because there are staff sitting in both. It is an enterprise fund, but it's not an enterprise fund in the same way that the golf operation is, where, you know, we have half of a person doing street sweeping downtown maybe, and the other half of the time that person is out in our residential neighborhoods. So that doesn't happen so much in the golf course fund. Are you sure we shouldn't be talking about the general fund and the parking fund in the same meeting?
Yeah, we looked at that. We do need a little bit more time. And the way that we're viewing this is that it's really a $15 million gap. And yep. So we do, yeah. And to your point, I completely agree. We view it the same way, that there is an interrelationship, and that if we were to try to transfer some operations or costs from one fund to another, we still have the same amount of challenge to address. So we do recognize that, but thought we'd start with the first step with the general fund Friday. And if we need to massage our approach on the general fund when we discuss parking the following week, we can certainly do that.
I would also point out that evidently Boundary Oak is almost done because Kevin keeps presenting both sides of the ledger. So, all right, thank you.
Okay, segueing easily to item D. I expect very happy news for this one comparatively, because the Haskew family played golf on Saturday and the course was filled with people. So let's get the good news going.
Yeah, so I will kick this one off briefly, and then Kevin Safine is going to walk us through Boundary Elk. The only introductory comment I would highlight here is your council may recall that as of about 2 weeks ago, our projections were fairly dire for Boundary Elk, maybe 2.5 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago now. And then an updated county health order came out that allowed for golf, and our projection improved considerably. So I highlight that just to emphasize what we all know and have been stating about how rapidly this situation is changing and how big of an impact those decisions from the county health officers can have on our budgets, either positively or negatively. And it is a nice way to wrap up the night with some better news, because the health order lightening did help Boundary Oak's situation considerably. So with that, Kevin, if you want to take us from here.
Yep. Thank you, Dan. Can you hear me? Thank you. For the record, Kevin Safine, Director of Arts and Recreation. And yes, I hope this is good news this evening. I also want to acknowledge the support that staff received from the Finance Committee. Councilmember Silva, Mayor Pro Tem Wilk, thank you for your feedback. It helped us to refine the data a little bit as we move forward. So we appreciate that. I'm going to walk you through a lot of what you've seen before, which we talked about 2 weeks ago, but now we're looking at FY21. And yes, as Councilmember Silva said, I'm throwing in a little bit of expenditure side too, just for the heck of it. We'll see where we go. So Amy is helping me with this, so thank you, Amy, appreciate it. So what we're asking of the council tonight is to approve or accept, whatever term you want to use, the proposed FY21 Boundary Oak revenue assumptions, again, as recommended by the Finance Committee. So tonight, we're going to talk about, next slide, we're going to talk about background a little bit, discuss the revenue assumptions, what goes into the assumptions that we're making. I'll provide you with some expenditure info, and then we'll seek your approval of the revenue assumptions. So background, go ahead, Amy. Next one. So again, you know this. This is your golf course. This is the city's golf course. Been around for 50 years. I think we should all be proud of this because it's a very, very successful enterprise. Not a lot of municipal golf courses are as successful as Boundary Oak. And that comes from a lot of reasons, but the leadership of the council probably being first and foremost. So again, you know this, we opened in 1969, 160 acres, full service, course, driving range, clubhouse, tap house. And then our key partner here, which truly helps us with the management and the projections around budget, is Coursco, who we've been partners with since 2009 under a management agreement, which means the city pays all the money, we get all the revenue, and we pay Coursco a fee to manage it for us, which they do very well. And so we have a little bit of an advantage over the general funds and the parking fund in that we have data because we've been open for a couple of weeks. Plus, Coursco manages courses throughout the Western US, some of which have never closed during this crisis. So they have other good information that we're leaning on as we look to this budget. So next slide, Amy. So again, we talked about this before, but what's the structure of the enterprise fund? There's two sides to it. Fund 525, which we call the contract operations side. That's where the majority of the revenue accrues to. That's all the revenue from golf, the grill, the clubhouse, events, and then all the expenses that are incurred by Coursco, which is all the supplies, all the staff, all the golf tees, all the hot dog buns, everything goes into that fund 525. And then on 510, which is what we call the city side, we get a little bit of revenue from a cell tower lease on the property, and then expenses that are related to oversights of the operation, which is arts and rec time, public works, finance, and a few other expenses such as debt service. So go ahead. I'll give you the headline. This is in your staff reports. The proposed budgets, even though we're just talking about revenue, but the proposed budget we're looking at is a break-even budget without the use of reserves. So we anticipate revenue of about 4 million and then expenses of about 4 million. Then you can see the breakdown between the city ops and the contract ops on the revenue side. Then you see the same on the expense side. I've hidden a typo in here, by the way. If you can catch it, I'm going to come back to the slide in about 10 or so slides ahead. So see that same typo again. Next slide. As Carla said, this slide isn't really meant for presentation purpose, but I want to highlight a couple of things for you. Also, as Kirsten said, with regard to general funds, FY19 is really the best data that we have for a full year without COVID. So you can see the results that we had there, about a $5 million operation in terms of revenue, about 4.8 in expenses. So we had a surplus, which means it goes back into reserves, invested in the course. So that's what we had at the end of FY19. What the council adopted 2 weeks ago is a projected reserve of roughly 58,000. It could be more based on what happens in the next several weeks. It could be less, but that's our target as of this point. That's where we think we'll end the fiscal year of that 58,000 use of reserves. And then the key comparison really is our original budget, which is the budget we developed about 3 months ago when things were going great. We were expecting about a $350,000 surplus at the end of the FY21 year. And then things changed as of March 16th or so. And so what we project here, again, is a balanced budget, but it's a pretty big change from where we thought we were going to be just a few months ago. So next slide. And the next one. So these are the revenue assumptions that go into building the budget. So some of these are driven by Coursco and staff. Some are driven by our assumption about what may be happening statewide. So initially, in terms of golf course and range, we're open. As the mayor said, thank you for playing this weekend. Golf course is open, driving range is open. We're averaging about 286 rounds a day, which is huge. And we're very happy with that. That doesn't continue throughout the course of the year, rain, smoke, et cetera, but that's where we've been thus far, which is great. And then events. This is where the key assumptions come into play, which is we are assuming that there are no events, which is tournaments and social events, weddings, et cetera, happening on the property until October 1st. And then as of October 1 through the end of the calendar year, assuming 100-person maximum events, and then starting the next calendar year, January through March, 250 max, and then April on, no limitation in size. So that'll drive our assumptions on the food and beverage side. And then the tap house, the downstairs grill, we've been operating very much of a prepackaged service. We're assuming that as of July 1, we're going to switch to, or even earlier, switch to a to-go service, much like the downtown and other restaurants. And then some limited indoor seating as of October 1, and then no restrictions into next spring. So what does this mean? Go ahead, Amy. What does this mean as far as the actual numbers? Here's where we're driving the actual specific assumptions for golf. So we're assuming, again, this is compared to that original budget that I showed you. So we're assuming golf rounds about 95% of our original budget, which is still really strong. And then tournaments, again, we're assuming that those events can come back in October. Green fees, we were proposing to take a $1 per round increase during this fiscal year. We are holding off on that because we want to create incentives for people to come back, of course. And then as far as green fees, again, tournaments in October. Cart fees, we are allowing cart usage since the last 2 weeks, one player per cart. So we're assuming that's at the original budget. And then tournaments, same thing in October. Driving range, we are playing every other stall as far as the range goes. So we're assuming that's going to stay in place until next spring, until April 1st. And then as of April 1, assuming that we're going to go back to every stall for driving range, and then we'll get back to our 100% of the budget. And then again, the October return for tournaments. Go ahead, Amy. And then food and beverage, the tap house, we're assuming, again, this is to-go service, $3 per round for the first few months of the fiscal year, $6 per round into the spring, and then $9 per round, which is about where we are right now. So that's back to the original budget as of April 1. Events, same thing, no events through October 1. October 1st through the end of March, 50% of our original budgets, and then back to April 1st, which would be returning to our original budget. That's events that are more the social private events. We're assuming tournament events will start as of October 1. So what does this mean as far as dollars go? Go ahead, Amy. In terms of where we're projecting to be, we had assumed the budget on the revenue side for the contract ops was to be about $5.3 million. We're looking at about a $1.4 million reduction in that for the proposed fiscal year 21 budget, which as a comparison percentage-wise is about 26% below what we had assumed for FY21, the original budget, about 7% only below what we forecast for the end of this year, and then 18% below the FY19 actual. So that's the contract ops side of the revenue budget, which is this identical to what the Finance Committee saw. So next slide. This is a little bit of a change from where we were with the Finance Committee. The significant change here is on the interest earnings, which we did not include that as part of the Finance Committee. That's a $10,000 increase in revenue here, and that's just earnings on the fund balance. So the total here, again, this is a small number, but the total here for the city ops is about 132,000, so about 30 or so less than what we projected for the upcoming fiscal year. So next slide, expenses. So again, I'm just sharing with you what our assumed expenses are. You don't have to weigh in on these, but just for comparison's sake, the golf and food and beverage operations have been reduced, of course, from what we assumed for the original FY21 budget. It's about a 23% decline from the proposed or the original budget, about 11% below the forecast actuals for this year, and then about 16% below where we think we're going to end, where we did end in FY19. So those are significant reductions in expenses. And this is largely because, this is a management contract. And so we talk about being nimble on the general fund and the parking fund. This truly is a nimble operation where if we find during the course of the year that our revenues are down for various reasons, it could be rain, it could be smoke, it could be who knows what, we can similarly reduce the expenses on the operational side pretty quickly. And so that's why we're looking at potentially a balanced budget. So next slide. This just speaks to the city side of the expenditures. And so the significant change here in terms of bringing the budget to balance is on the capital projects. We did reduce the number, the budgeted number or proposed on the capital project side to get to that total, which you see there, which is not, again, that much lower than what we projected or presumed for the FY21 original budget. So next slide, in terms of what we're actually assuming for the reduction in the capital budget. So again, originally we proposed 143,000. We're reducing that on the expense side to 100. So some of the projects, and we haven't identified them project by project because this is what we do kind of as we develop the budget for you in your final form. But there are things like tree maintenance pump replacement, improvements to the fairway, cart path repairs, restoration of the pond, and then other projects at the clubhouse. So these are things that we will likely be reducing from what we assumed we'd be doing, to the tune of about 43,000 reduction. There still will be money, that 100,000, there still will be money in the budget for capital projects. So next slide. What does this mean? Again, this is your headline, a balanced budget without the proposed use of reserves. And so this is my trick question. Where's the typo under expenses? It's the 4.087, and then I add an extra zero at the end of the expenses, just for fun. What does this mean for the reserves? What we talked about 2 weeks ago was we have, go ahead, Amy, in terms of the actual funds we have 2 different enterprise reserves. One is on the operating side and one's on the capital side. So the minimum amount for the operating reserves, which we are proposing to tap into at the end of this fiscal year, reducing that by about 60,000, that's where we'll get to that about 750,000 number, which is still significantly higher than the minimum amount that's proposed for the operating reserves. And then on the capital side, similarly, we're well above where we need to be on the minimum side, but again, that's not being tapped for, balancing the current budget. So over 1.1 million in reserves in your enterprise fund. So skimming ahead, that's where we're ending up. But as you saw in the staff report, a question for council is, what if? What if we don't get to do events in October? What if it's going to take another 3 to 6 months to get that back? So we wanted to show you, in comparison to a balanced budget without the use of reserves, here's a scenario that we worked out with Corsico and said, hey, if we can't do events for the entire remainder of this calendar year, so in other words, we don't get back to business until January. So that reduces our budget on the event side to zero for the rest of this calendar year. And then January through March, 50% of our original budget, and then back to our original budget again as of April. So the net for this is we'd reduce revenue by 194,000. We'd also reduce expenses because we would have fewer staff and fewer expenses on food and beverages, et cetera. So the bottom line that we show here is the net results being reduced by about 152,000, which means that the recommendation from staff would be to use the reserves to balance the budget going forward. So again, that's not a recommendation. We are recommending a balanced budget, but we did want to show you an alternate revenue assumption just so you can see, for comparison's sake, what that would look like. So skipping ahead, go ahead, Amy. The next slide shows that what the impact that would have on the reserves. So it would go from that 750,000 that we project at the end of this fiscal year, reducing that by about 150 to about a 596, 597 number at the end of the next fiscal year. So that's where conceivably you could end up at that time. But again, that's just an alternate. So again, next slide, in terms of our recommendation for you, is to approve the proposed Boundary Oak revenue assumptions, which were also recommended by the Finance Committee. So with that, I will wrap and be happy to take your questions. Thank you.
I have a question from Councilmember Waddell.
Sure.
Yes, Kevin, I just want to confirm, you had stated that there's 281 rounds of golf currently going on?
286. I'll do 5 better, yeah.
That's even better, yes. And is that consistent with what we were seeing prior to COVID? And I know that you said that the first day that things opened up, things were relatively busy. It may have even been at 287 or 286. Has that continued to today?
Yeah, it's softened a little bit. We had about 320 the first day. We can't, I don't want to beat up the course. And so we could have over 300 rounds, but that's not good for it. So as we look out, 250, by comparison, let me say this, that's a good number. That's more of a weekend number. And so because people aren't necessarily working, we expect that number to go down once things change and people go back to work and aren't as available during the weekday, but that's still super strong. It won't continue, but we're really happy with that number.
Thank you.
Any more questions?
Yes.
Oh, well then, please go ahead, Councilmember Silva.
And thank you. That triggered my question, which is the budget based on fiscal year 2019 rounds and not on these pent up demand rounds?
It's based on, we built the budget based on FY19 experience because that's a quote normal year. I don't expect this huge demand to continue, nor do I expect people to be sheltering in place and then running to the golf course when they have a few hours to continue into the next year. But, like we said, for everything, who knows? But that's our assumption is the FY19.
And can you answer a question for me about, this might have been 5 years ago, the general fund had to contribute something to the enterprise fund in order to pay off a loan. Can you refresh my memory on that?
I can refresh your memory. I don't have the numbers in front of me, but yes, when the clubhouse was remodeled about 5 years ago, there was a very complicated lease process where the city was essentially a lender to the enterprise fund. The general fund was a lender to the enterprise fund. The enterprise fund has consistently and is budgeted to contribute back to the enterprise fund. I want to say it's about $49,000, but I'm going to be wrong there. So we can certainly provide that to you when we present the budget here, but consistently the enterprise fund has met all of its debt obligations, both to its private lenders as well as the general fund.
I'd be interested in knowing next week what the outstanding balance on that is. And so we can look at maybe calling the note.
Okay. Well, I was going to suggest perhaps the other way, and maybe you slow down the call, but that's okay.
I would be slow down the call. We need money in the general fund.
Hey, I'm wearing both hats here, but yeah, we'll have that for you next week.
Okay, I'm not seeing questions popping up on the thing. And we've lost 2 of our attendees, but we'll just check to make sure they're not chomping at the bit to give us public comment.
Let's see. We have no public comment.
What a surprise. Okay. That being the case, are there any further comments or can I have a motion, please? Kevin, please.
Hold on, comment. I just wanted to say, Kevin, thanks for coming in at budget. We'd ask you not to use any of the reserves and appreciate seeing that. Looking at the possibility if tournaments aren't allowed, puts a little pit in my throat. I'm sure it did for you as well. So on those capital expenditures that you still have, maybe backload them just in case we have to look at something that wouldn't necessarily include all of the reserves that you mentioned on the alternative action. But appreciate the balanced budget, and with that, I'll make a motion to approve this.
Thank you. Thank you. May I have a roll call vote?
Mayor Pro Tem Wilk.
Aye.
Councilmember Silva.
Aye.
Councilmember Francois.
Aye.
Councilmember Waddell.
Aye.
Mayor Haskew.
Aye. And that is the
Dan has a
end.
comment.
You have a comment?
I did briefly, if I could, I do, similar to the other 2 reports, I do want to thank staff for pulling this together, particularly Kevin and Sandra Naughton and others in Arts and Rec who worked furiously to pull this together. You know, they had mapped out an entire scenario. The change in the health order came out, and while it was good news and they were pleased to work on it, was still a lot of work to revamp everything to bring this forward. So thanks to both of you and everybody else who's been involved in helping pull this together.
Glad you made the comment. Thank you. I echo that. I have 2 reminders, which is the first one is remember that there is a study session on Thursday about revitalizing downtown. I forget the catchy phrase. Terry, could you remind me of the catchy phrase for what the meeting's called?
Yes, sorry, I lost my buttons there. Yes, it's actually called the Rebound Program and Reopening Strategies, but short name is Rebound. And the goal is to help figure out how we're going to support our businesses as they build back out of this gap that we're in today.
Thank you. And then the following Monday, May 25th, Memorial Day, even if we can't have it in the park, there is nothing stopping everybody from going out in their backyards, sitting in a chair in the sun so that they can barely see and get a sunburn and watch TV, the memorial service. We're working hard on putting that together and making it meaningful. That will be on Walnut Creek TV, our website, and our social media channels. Hope you'll join us. And that being the end of the meeting, I adjourn this meeting. Hope to see you at the next regular meeting on June 2nd. Thank you very much, council and staff and the public.